And now back to Nemo Nation with Dave Nemo, Jimmy Mack, and of course, Phone Master Dre.
Well, it says open on the host with Dre, but guess what? This is the start of the show with Jimmy Mack, Dave Nemo, and Madison with a T. Good morning, Jimmy Mack.
Good morning, Phone Master Dre. Good morning to you, Dave Nemo. How are you?
Good morning, Jimmy Mack. Good morning, Phone Master Dre. And I think Madison with a T is over there in the corner. Good morning.
Good morning to everybody out there. And Dave, we have, we'll get into what the weekend was like. We'll get into all kinds of great stuff. Guys, by the way, if you've given your heart to iHeart, if you have the audacity to listen on Odyssey, if you're making FaceTime on Facebook, if you're living your best life on Live 365, if you've made your way to RadioNemo.com, even if you're yakking it up on YouTube, like, man, the hashtag RGR crowd absolutely is, good morning and welcome to Nemo Nation. I've often said that Road Gang Radio, Dave, is the best trucking show in the known universe, and we're keeping an eye out for our friends on Zebulon 5. I mean, there is Dr. Philostratus, that bloviating blowhole, who claims to be the proctologist of space trucking. But over here at Nemo Nation, what we're doing is we're setting up your week. That's what the game is about. Our good friend Dave Nemo is going to take you through about 4 hours of tremendous radio. Like I said, the greatest radio, greatest trucking radio in the known universe. We got our good friend Tara Garris is going to be dropping in for a Breaker Back Talk. Jeff Dickinson's going to be here on the scene. Ike Stevens from the Bonehead Trucker. Can't wait to talk to him. Jamie Jones, friend of the show, managing editor of Landline. Ben Wilkins. He's going to be looking out for your cybersecurity, as he always does, from NAMFT. Chuck Snow, another friend of the show, good friend of our good friend Dean Croak, and all-around raconteur and impresario of trucking information. We got a new friend dropping in, Dave. Not a new friend in regards to knowing him, but a new friend in regards to being a member of Nemo Nation. Do you know Matt Beach? Are you familiar with the Matt Beach?
Yes.
The president of 10-4 Recruiting. He's big on the education stuff. Mm-hmm. Really, really big on that. I am too. He's going to be talking to us a little bit about future drivers choosing the right CDL school and what kind of hiring market they're heading into. And then more importantly, Dave, he's going to be talking about trout fishing, hunting, and bourbon.
There you go.
So that's a good time.
Not necessarily in that order.
I hope not in that order. Only thing I hope in regards to bourbon is that he hadn't had any by the time he gets here. But knowing Beach, anything's possible. Eugene Bolero, our good friend Mike Roth of the NACFE. I'm adding the word "the" in front of everything. It's my way of saying that I'm an old man now, Dave. It's like saying the rock and roll. And then we've got an in studio guest in Renee Amar, who is the executive director of the Louisiana Motor Transport Association. That's right, Dave. Louisiana is coming to Nemo Nation, and they're going to be sitting in here right across from you. And this is really cool, and I want you to talk about this just for a moment here. The Purple Wave Post Trip is what we're going to be digging into here. Our good friends from Purple Wave are going to bring you a segment. We're really excited about it, Dave. Talk a little bit about what people can expect in that last hour.
Well, we're setting up a new series, and Purple Wave Auction, and by the way, you will find out where the word or the color purple comes from. There's a real good reason for that. But Don Nash is the manager of the Mid-Atlantic states, a regional manager. And he's from Mississippi, though, from North Mississippi. And we're going to be talking about the first steps, the logic, the timing, the economy, all of the things that play into, do you buy a truck? How do you buy a truck? Where do you buy a truck? When do you buy a truck? All of that plays into it. And for a lot of folks, auctions have not played into their mindset simply because it's not in their mindset. But it's a great place to be, and I think Don is going to really open up some doors and maybe open up some eyes as well.
Yeah, and it's a real, and like I said, just a chance to get to know these guys. I mean, it's it's the initial episode, so you kind of laid this out really nice. Did a little bit of an intro for him before he gets here. It's just a chance to get to know some new friends who are taking the step in and being a part of the adventure of Nemo Nation, and we're really excited about. You and I got a chance to talk to him at length for a while.
Yeah,
And I think it's going to be a really, really fun segment. People are already dropping in. The Paranormal Pie Man says, yo. Bruce Almighty says, good morning, RGR. Marshall Platter, of course, as always, is there. Morning, gang. And the Beach Bum says, good morning, Road Gang. Good morning to you all. Welcome to Nemo Nation. One more guest after that. So once we get done with the friends from Purple Wave, we got one more. Janet Jarvis is going to be showing up here on the scene, and she is the president and CEO of the Oregon Trucking Association. A couple of things that she's going to be covering as well. Can't wait to kind of talk about what happened with the special session over in Oregon, a chance to really dig in
What
there.
didn't happen to it? Oh, wait a minute. What happened to it?
Yeah, I mean, exactly.
It just
And
went
that's,
away.
I mean, what didn't happen to it, but where did it go? I mean, exactly. And, we're going to get a chance to kind of dig into the particulars of that. I know we were, hoping we get a chance to really kind of follow up with what was going on in Oregon. So we'll be doing just that. And that's a pretty darn good lineup right there. There you
didn't
go.
mention it, but you made an oblique reference to outer space and space travel this morning. Today is Star Trek Day.
Yeah.
And I didn't know that either, right?
Yeah, this National Day of, by the way, is brought to you by your friends at truckdown.com. Don't forget, if you're on the side of the road and want to join the celebration, you can actually head on over to truckdown.com. They've been doing it since 1997. 50 states, 8 provinces, and a chance for you to download truckdown.com, get that app, find that maintenance provider, get yourself out of the ditch. It's a perfect day. Star Trek Day is a perfect day because it is the science fiction of all science fictions that imagines the perfect universe. It doesn't mean that everything has been worked out, but everything as far as the Federation goes and as far as planet Earth goes, things are going pretty good.
Yeah.
Things are going pretty good. There are external threats, but we're getting along with some folks. We get along with pointed ear folks and green ladies who have strange shapes and figures. Lots of good stuff.
And bald-headed ladies, too.
And bald-headed ladies, too. That's the first
Boys.
movie, as a matter of fact, the Robert Wise one, where, she actually ends up, what is it? It's a really weird one. So Voyager ends up traveling out into space and then comes back looking for its maker, and it returns under the name of V'ger. And it ends up merging with a woman. And so the woman and V'ger become one and the same. And it has just enough of her identity left that it has human attachments all of a sudden in an attempt to relate. What is it? Voyager has gone so far out, an alien race has altered it to return to find out where it came from. And now it's threatening to destroy the entire galaxy if it doesn't find intelligent, peaceful life out there. And only Captain Kirk and his guys have the guts to stop it.
Yeah.
By the way, you know that when they made that movie, William Shatner was so overweight that he went on a crash diet. He never looks better in any of those movies than he looks in that one. But he was literally having to hold himself up on set. He was so nutritionally deprived because that's back in the 70s when they make that, which means it's a lot of dexedrine. It's not keto, man.
Yeah,
There ain't no keto going on. There ain't no good
indeed.
diet. There ain't no Mediterranean diet. He's just crashing out.
1966.
Correct.
September 8th, 1966 is the first episode of Star Trek on TV. First season saw the ratings just drop down to the bottom. It was just a flop. 1970. So they dropped it, brought it back after a convention. They couldn't hold the people out in California, 72. And the fans brought it back, and then they just improved it. But I didn't know this either. And this sounds like one of those old wives' tales. But they say that William Shatner has never watched the series.
I didn't know that, and I'm a pretty big buff. I mean, I don't doubt what you're saying, but I can see him. I mean, there are actors who don't watch their stuff, who once it's done, they're like, what am I going to learn from this, other than cringing? I mean, I've watched you listen to your own voice sometimes.
Oh, I can't. Yeah.
I mean, and just watch you squirm. I watch a lot of our friends who do this for a living watch themselves on film, listen to themselves on tape, and are trying to desperately find some place and some way out of the room. What is cool, though, is that when you have people like Claire Marie in your life, often they go back and they put you through compression and voice modulation and put a little bit of that old, what I call that old Southern spiritual wisdom in their work, and you feel a little bit better about what you're listening to. But it's kind of a great story. If you want to get the story in full, if you want like a really in-depth version of it, remember our friend Strange Studies of Strange Stories? The H.P. Podcraft literary broadcast. What's really cool is that Chris Lackey, his wife Rachel, and him, they live in Scotland. She had never seen Star Trek at all, and he is a cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs Star Trek fan. They have a podcast called Rachel Watches Star Trek.
Yeah, you've talked about
And
that.
they watched, listen to this, guys, you're going to love this. They watch every episode of Star Trek, and then she kind of gives the episode they watch a grade, including a hot meter, like who is the sexiest person in the episode. But they did all the episodes of the original series, Dave. They've done all the original movies. They've done the animated series. They are deep. I think they're way even beyond the Next Generation. They're like into the outer, outer banks sort of areas of Star Trek now. So if you have any desire to dive deep into that, check out Rachel Watches Star Trek. It's quality stuff. Say it with me. 615-292-6366.
615-292-NEMO.
I like that. Nicely done. I know it's hard to say Nemo. Who do we got on the phone?
I like it too, Dave. We got Bruce Almighty. He wants to check in with you fellas.
Good morning, Bruce.
Hey, Bruce.
Hey, good morning. Good morning. Hey, happy Star Trek Day. Plus, I would just want to say happy birthday to my daughter.
Oh,
She's a big 22 today.
fantastic.
What's her name?
Chelsea.
You got him a Chelsea too.
That's a fine name. There's
Yep.
a lot of people around here who are fond of the name Chelsea. So let's just do really quickly, Dave. You ready? Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Chelsea. Happy birthday to you. There you go. There
Now
it is.
get back to the zoo. Now,
They all ask for you.
Yeah, and they even inquired about you. Yeah. What you doing with your
Hey,
day
Jimmy,
today, Bruce? What's going on?
well, I had a question. Did you get my golfing pictures? I sent them on Messenger.
Your golfing pictures? Can you do me a favor? If you have golfing pictures, would you please send them to me at weekends@radionemo.com?
Okay.
If you send
I
them
will
to me
do
there, I
that,
can
'cause
post them. Yeah,
You'd asked me, so I was like, I'll do that.
that would be awesome. How was it?
Oh, it was great. Even my daughter went. She started to play, and she's got a pretty good straight shot.
Let me ask you a question. Did you have any winces of despair, realizing that you may have been able to make a lot of money if you'd only started earlier with her? Is she that good, or just?
Oh yeah, huh?
Oh, yeah.
Well, you know what? It's funny. My future son-in-law is the one that I've been going with, and he bought her a club. Said, "Here, just hit it," I'm like, "Oh man, she's got a good shot." But yeah, we should have started earlier.
That's all right. That's okay. You know what? There's always the senior tour. That means you got to just hang around and stay alive long enough to watch her become a member of the senior tour. I swear to God, I don't know if you know that, Dave. There are people who never were pro golfers in their entire life, were businessmen, who then joined the senior tour and cleaned up. Became like semi-celebrity athletes on the senior
The
tour.
pent-up professionalism coming out.
The pent-up professionalism. All right, Bruce. Final thought for me before we got to hit this break.
Oh man, just everybody have a great week. It's my Friday, but I'm still gonna have a great week. Be safe.
Yeah, you too, man. But I do miss that. I love my weekends now, Dave, but I do miss the fact that Sunday was my new Friday, and that was kind of awesome. I kind of do miss that occasionally. Before the days of Pittsburgh Power. Hey, Dre, we're gonna take a deep breath, Dave. And are you ready, Dave? 1, 2, 3. And we're going to have a moment of reflection here, a little bit of a pledge, a little bit of a national anthem, a little bit of a bracing cup of Java from Pastor John and our friends over at Bennett. Phone Master Dre, take us away.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light. What so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets rocked alive, the bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Let's wake up and get our day started with a cup of Java with Pastor John, brought to you by the Bennett family of companies.
It's Monday, 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 Monday. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Psalm 119, verse 15 says, I will meditate on your precepts and fix my eyes on your ways. Now, notice what the songwriter says. He says, I'm going to meditate. Now, listen to me. When you see that word meditate in the Bible, it's actually telling you and I to slow down and be still. Give our minds and our heart an opportunity to reflect, to be able to remember, to be able to to gain more about God. Because we are always in a hurry. Every one of us, especially in this driving industry, we're always in a hurry to get to our next destination. But what the songwriter is telling us, he says, I will meditate, which it tells us, let's slow down. Let's enjoy where we are. And let's thank God. Now listen to me. Let's thank God that he allowed us to get to where we are. God bless you, brothers and sisters, and enjoy your Monday.
Java with Pastor John is brought to you by the Bennett family of companies, offering top competitive pay, industry-leading fuel discounts, and many more incentives. Visit drive4bme.com.
Well, I'm glad to be allowed to be where we are at this very moment. Ain't that right, Jimmy Mack and Dave Nemo?
Good morning to you, Phone Master Dre. Good morning to you, Dave Nemo. This is the Nemo Nation. Going to turn the man with the plan. Welcome. We are so glad you've given your heart to iHeart. We're so glad that you have the audacity for Odyssey. Keep yakking it up on YouTube, by the way, guys. Marshall Platter is slowly turning into a morning person. He's not sure if he's happy or sad about that, but coffee, cigars, and Dave Nemo, a great way to start your day. Earl and Joan Noble, who I love following on the Book of Face as well. Good morning to my family. Have a blessed and wonderful day. Thank you, Nobles. We will desperately attempt to make that happen. Mitch H. says good morning. And, well, you know, it's good to have everybody out there listening, hitting that like button, and being a part of the growing number of people in Nemo Nation. Good morning to everybody from our friend JB3237, happens to be a driver who at one point in his life was a diver. Dave Nemo, did you watch any of the football yesterday?
I did not.
You just going to sit this one out?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about it yesterday. My brother John, my dad, and I watching the Saints game. Exciting game at the end. They were well coached. They're just not as good as everybody else. Their defense is solid, but their offense just isn't there yet. The kid played well, had a chance to tie the game at the end. And the pass before the last pass, the guy caught it in the end zone and then a really good defensive play. He couldn't complete what they call a football move. Yesterday, though, the evening game, I know our good friend Packrat is probably, celebrating himself crazy last night. The Bills were down 15 points with less than 5 minutes to go and didn't have the ball and won it.
I heard that.
It was a crazy shootout. It was a crazy shootout. Matter of fact, anytime Lamar Jackson takes on Joe Burrow or Josh Allen or Patrick Mahomes or any of the combination of those four men play against each other, it's must-see TV. It was crazy. It was crazy. I got in the car, got home, watching it with my brother Ryan, got home and walked in, and my dad is like, you know what's happened here? I'm like, yeah, Buffalo's getting run off the field. He's like, nope. Buffalo's going for the win right now. Crazy end. Crazy end. You used to be a big football watcher, but you just got tired of it, huh?
Yeah, it's the time that it takes to watch a ball game now that bothers me. So what I used to do when I used to get up every morning on Monday mornings, which I should start doing again, tape the show, tape the game, and then watch it, fast forward through the commercials and all of that stuff during the early morning.
Watch the no huddle game. I
Yeah.
mean, by the way, there is a group of guys out there who edit stuff on YouTube. If you ever want to watch a classic football game, they have games called No Huddle, where you watch the game, and it's amazing. 45 minutes later, Colin Cowherd actually broke down when you watch a game how much football you're actually watching. You know, when you watch from snap to tackle, it is not a lot. It's like maybe 30 minutes of football.
Yeah.
It's crazy. Okay, speaking of crazy, I don't know if you saw this. This really arrested my attention, and I wanted to kind of get your take on it. So Mark Schwemmer wrote a piece last week called Trucker Petitions DOT about English Proficiency. Let me kind of give you the pitch. We talked about it last week. I've been thinking about it a while. I know you've seen this, but I want to kind of set our listeners up for this too, because Tara Garris will be here in short order. Let me give you the information, Dave. Here it is. A bilingual truck driver has petitioned the U.S. Department of Transportation to establish English language proficiency as a formal endorsement. On the 29th of August, Friday, Natasha Cruz Sanchez told the DOT that making English proficiency a qualification like a hazmat or tanker endorsement would create a uniform standard of compliance. And her proposal is being called the Safe Communication Act English Language Proficiency Endorsement for Truckers. And this is what she wrote. This would make ELP a clearly testable, verifiable, and standardized credential consistent across all jurisdictions, and that reform would enhance legal clarity, uphold safety standards, and promote fair and equal treatment for all commercial drivers. It is so generous, Dave. It basically cracks down on this while providing, like everybody wants, just like with immigration. It is a very strong wall with a really big door. So let me kind of throw some of the things at you, okay? They want to and by the way, it was in collaboration, this is so clever, with Nelson Gonzalez Rivera, Edgar Rolon Padilla, and Pedro Cancel. So you notice what's going on there, right? You notice who's asking. This ain't like, Sons of the Confederacy doing this. This is 4 people who obviously are bilingual. 4 people who obviously come from, Hispanic American backgrounds. They want to create a formal federally recognized ELP endorsement on CDLs. They want to implement a standardized assessment for language proficiency modeled after the FAA system. Okay. They want to provide a 1-year transition for current CDL holders to obtain the endorsement. See what's going on there? They want to protect qualified drivers from subjective roadside evaluations. They want to require that the testing be conducted in person via DMV facilities. They want to require an ELP endorsement before someone can apply for a commercial's learner permit. They want to include the ELP endorsement as a regular endorsement on the CDL. They want to issue a temporary certificate immediately after passing, valid until the updated license arrives by mail. And they want to collaborate with English instructors to design a trucking relevant exam and develop a test preparation manual or mobile application created with experts similar to the CDL Prep app.
Part of me wants to say, why are we even talking about this at this point?
Right.
It should just be a done deal. Back in, I think it was 2015, I used to have these dates in top of mind. 2015, I believe, is when CVSA decided that even though it's on the books as an out-of-service condition, not being able to converse efficiently enough they wouldn't really do that. They would just let it go, so to speak. Although you get dinged on it, you wouldn't be sitting on the side of the road. And then, that was never off the books. So it's back. It's on the books. It's been on the books. It's going to be on the books. But obviously, there's a lot more to this than meets the eye. Would the English proficiency endorsement, similar to a hazmat endorsement, be required of every driver, regardless of race, color, or creed, or birth?
Yep, absolutely, yep. And boy, Marshall kind of stepped in on that, and he had some interesting insights when he called up on the show on Friday to kind of talk about it. And this is good for the goose, good for the gander kind of stuff too. But what it does, I think the generosity of the vision is that it's a safety issue. This is not an economic issue. It's an economic issue. I think the economic case for the issue is that the insurance rates go up with accidents. And that we've had some really thoughtful people talk about the idea that proficiency, the way I would define proficiency, Dave, is I can look behind you and see the word satellite radio. I don't have to translate it. Does that make sense? That proficiency is when you can look at a word and, like, for instance, I see the words Charlie Daniels. I instantly see Charlie Daniels. I don't have to go, wait a minute. Charlie Daniels, and the combination of that creates a name and a surname that then leads to the country and western performer who sang Devil Went Down to Georgia. I just go Charlie Daniels and I see him. I look at guitar and I see a guitar in my brain. That's what proficiency is. That I see no left turn. I don't have to think about, wait a minute, in Spanish that's this, and therefore in English it means that. See what I'm saying? Proficiency is I recognize it by flashcard. Boom, 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 done.
Like the sign behind you that says truck route.
Yeah, exactly. And the sign behind me that also says Fastport Studios.
Yes.
Big thanks to them, by the way. Big thanks to our friends at Fastport.
Yes, indeed.
We'll talk about this more on the other side of the break. But I really, what's interesting about this too is that imagine the fact is if you have to take the test in English, your CDL test in English, without the help of a translator. That's what's kind of going on here. And that's kind of rough. But they're also saying, if you notice that, the people who already have their CDLs, who may be fractured in English, they're saying, give them a year. Get up to speed. We're buying you all the time you need. And once that grandfather period is over with, it locks in.
Yeah.
There's a generosity here while still being tough. It's like I said, I don't know if I agree with all of it. I haven't done all my thinking through it. Haven't heard some counter arguments yet. But this is rigorous thinking here. And just kind of, wanted to throw it at you to get your thoughts on it. But you're right. Why are we talking about it? Why hasn't this been done already or something like this? I think is the big question. It's good to see you, man.
We cannot let a ball rest. We have to put that ball in play. The whole parking thing now has been thrown upside down again too.
Yeah.
I mean, constant. It's just constant.
Yeah, and it almost is like, why bring it up? Why bring it up when you're obviously not going to do anything about it? We'll see. We're at the 1 yard line. We've come back from 15 points down. Dre's going to play some music right here. Oh, wait, he's doing it. We're going to come back on the other side of this. Hey, guys, go to truckdown.com. 50 states, 8 provinces. They're keeping you safe. They're getting you out of the ditch. Hey, man, they've been doing it since 97. Find that maintenance provider at truckdown.com. Nemo Nation returns after this.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jezraoui.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
Live hard, drive hard. Shady Rays has got you. If you want a pair of sunglasses that keeps up with your adventure on the road, Shady Rays has got you. If you want to keep your eyes on the journey ahead with a price point right for your lifestyle, Shady Rays has got you. Premium polarized sunglasses with a lost and broken protection program and 30-day risk-free returns and exchanges. Drop in that code RadioNemo at ShadyRays.com and get a 35% discount and make sure you can see where the action is. They got you at ShadyRays.com.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jazrawi.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
Take a breath and settle in for a bit of the long haul on Nemo Nation.
Woo-hoo! We are settling in for the long haul. Thank you, Phil Master Dre. I guess the expurgation of sounds is now an efficient introduction for Dave Nemo. By the way, it is actually.
Oh, it's the silence.
I just want to be like, yes, sir. Ooh, yeah. Dave Nemo in the house. Happening right now. Yeah.
I just didn't want to stumble over you guys, but good morning to Dave Nemo and Jimmy Mack.
Good morning. Good morning to you, Dave Nemo. Okay, so you didn't watch football this weekend. What'd you do?
I just worked around the house. Did a lot of stuff. Pretty much. Played my guitar. Worked on my guitar.
Explain that.
Well, I had to fix the intonation on it, which means that that you can tune a guitar,
but you can't tune a fish.
Exactly. I've heard that all my life.
I know. That, by the way, there's another album we have by REO Speedwagon in the back. They always had pun names for their albums. That was one of their album titles. You can tune a guitar, but you can't tune a fish. Yeah. But what's the other one we had that I was gonna hang on the wall here and for Dre? There's some other like really famous.
By REO?
By REO Speedwagon. Has a couple of their other album titles are like really silly puns. Not clever.
Yeah.
Absolutely silly puns. Today is Star Trek Day. Do you have a favorite Star Trek episode or a favorite Star Trek movie, or one that doesn't bother you as much as other ones? Because some people that's the one that I like.
I don't know. That's interesting. Interesting question to ask. I haven't seen Star Trek in so long that when I watch things like that now, they are so dated, and the equipment is so antique and so made up that I really have a hard time watching science fiction from even 20 years ago now.
See, I like all that stuff.
Yeah,
I like.
I
all
used
that
to
stuff.
like it. No, I used to like.
No,
the
but I mean,
retro
I like watching all that stuff, like being either incredibly wrong or, in the case of communicators, incredibly right. Mm-hmm. Because never forget that the flip phone was deliberately invented to actually resemble a communicator. Absolutely true.
Does
and so many.
Life imitate art, or does art imitate life?
There are a lot of people.
That age-old question.
Yeah, there's a lot of technology that was inspired by Star Trek, by the way. That is not an uncommon thing. And if you really like the old episodes of Star Trek but want to see a version of them in a new form, Strange New Worlds, which is about the captain just before Kirk. And then later on in the season, Kirk gets introduced. So he'll be the third actor to play Captain Kirk, William Shatner, Chris Pine, and now this new actor. But it's really about Christopher Pike. And it has a lot of callbacks to the old episode. And it's shot in a really interesting way that it looks nostalgic, but all the stuff the technology is now really kind of groovy looking, but they still are acknowledging the old form, if that makes any sense. Mm-hmm. Spock's a character, Uhura is a cadet. People are just kind of getting started and rolling.
Yeah,
it's a really fun show. If you and Cheryl want to watch, if you like some really like well-produced science fiction, I would really recommend Strange New Worlds. It's really kind of groovy. By the way, on a random note, before we get our friend the touchdown, the turtle in here, this is a random story, but deputies rescued a deer with a tomato cage stuck on its head. Did you hear about this thing going on here?
No.
I love these kind of stories.
Yeah.
So sheriff's deputies in Colorado came to the rescue of a deer that wandered into a resident's garden and became entangled in a tomato cage. I still think it's the work of Dr. Phil Estradas. The Douglas County Sheriff's Office said on social media that a pair of deputies were out on patrol when they were summoned on an unusual call for a wildlife assist involving a deer that had managed to get a tomato cage stuck on its head. The sheriff's office shared the body camera footage of the deputies chasing the deer down and disentangling it from the wild tomato cage. The deer did not appear to be injured and was released back in the wild. And now I know why you weren't watching football, Dave. It was you that saved that deer, wasn't it?
You got to do something. And those cages are more expensive now than you think they are.
Yeah,
too.
exactly. And a man eventually has to make a stand. Cometh the tomato cage, cometh the moment, cometh the man, cometh Dave Nemo. We love Breaker Back Talk, don't we?
We do indeed. I always listen.
Tap-
I mean, I do.
Well, you
Are you
listen.
sure?
You listen on the days that she comes and you're not on the air. When you're on the air, you talk to her. Say good morning to Touchdown Turtle.
I get to talk to her this morning. Good morning, Touchdown Turtle. Tara, terrific.
Good morning, Dave. Good morning, Jimmy. How are you guys?
Real good, thank you.
Sound great. You sound fantastic on
Love
your
that.
on your tap of field. What is going on? Let's get this ball rolling. What is happening on the social medias and on the back talk?
Well, this edition, we're definitely going to seem as if we're beating a dead horse for sure, because we didn't really get to dive into the comments section about, the topic of us leaving satellite radio. And then I wasn't on for Labor Day. So we're going to beat a dead horse, and we don't want to skip over all of your comments. So that is what we're going to do.
If you can't tune a guitar, then you can't tune a fish, but you can certainly beat a dead horse. Let's just beat that dead horse, Tara. So why don't you get us started? Who's on the chat? Who's on the talk?
Well, first up, Marty Glom, of course, ATHS, friend of the show, dropped in and said, "So proud to be a Road Gang member. Y'all are the best." And we love Marty.
We do.
That is really nice of him.
We
to
saw
say.
him at ATHS.
Mm-hmm.
Did you guys get a chance to listen to the ATHS segment on Friday that we did? It was
Yes.
so good. I would really recommend father-daughter team out of Canada. They do restorations, and she started doing restorations at 9 and actually joined the company at 16. And it's just a great talk about how to put it together. It's up there on the YouTube, right, Tara?
No, not yet, but
Okay,
it will be today.
Fantastic. That's fine. That's fine. Yeah. Guys, check that out, by the way. The ATHS, it's a great segment. Miles Back is a great segment. And they came and hit the ball out the park. Go on and hi to Marty.
Well, BJF commented, "I miss the olden days with Chuck and Bozo, Bill Mack, and Dave." And that was a main theme, was just kind of going to that Mount Rushmore conversation that we're going to be touching on next week. But yeah, Walter E. also dropped in and said, "I've listened to Dave all the way back to the Road Gang days on WWL." There's so many people that were in these comments that are saying kind of the same thing. But we also had on the YouTube side of the same video, this one's a little bit longer, user Mike Nineberg 5737 weighed in and said, "Thank you for coming out on this topic. On Sir Captain Dave Nemo's last couple of days on satellite radio, I decided to give them 2 months to see what the new lineup would look like, and I'll be honest, other than Mr. Tim's show, which is too short for my time slot, the rest of the show wasn't really worth the 12 DC volts to power my radio. Plus, they raised my subscription, so Dave's show was 90% of the reason I had satellite radio for 12 to 15 years. I was going to miss listening, but God bless. I can listen to Dave Nemo. I think he's on the best path."
Well, there you go, bro.
Wow.
Wow.
There you go.
I agree with that.
There you go. How you liking the new format so far, Dave?
Well, I really like it. I did, and I had no experience in it. People think, well, it's all the same,
It's
no,
not.
it's not.
No,
It's a
it's
completely
not.
different animal. It really
Yeah, I
is.
mean, like I said, we've got so many guests in the next 2.5 hours, Tara. It's like,
It's actually crazy, guys. Like, I was looking through the lineup, and for one, I'm very excited. The lineup is amazing for today, but just on y'all's part, that's actually, like, it's so impressive the amount of guests that you guys cram into Monday. I didn't get the show audio file for Friday, and I was looking, I have 17 videos to upload. That's 2 days only. That's 2 days of the show. That's 17 guests. Like, that's insane that you guys are able to cram that much information, that much entertainment into, that's just 8 hours of content.
I'm gonna tell you something else too. We're getting into a flow here on Mondays. We have a lot of return folks because we want to know what's going on, because all of those people we have returning are plugged in. But we're still bringing new folks in. Matt Beach is going to join us with 10-4.
Yes.
He's going to join us, and we're really excited about that. I also like the Oregon the head of the Oregon Trucking Association, is going to be here because we wanted her back.
Yeah.
I mean, so that's
For a debriefing.
For a debriefing.
And the funny part of it is they've extended the deadline for the Senate vote now for a couple more weeks. So we'll get a mid-briefing.
So what we're going to do is we're going to have a venting. That's what we're going to have.
Yeah, that's exactly what we're going to have.
A rally.
It's like, basically, it's going to be like, welcome, and would you please list your grievances from this point? Tara, go on.
Well, this next comment was very interesting, and it reads, "Hey, Dave and crew, it's Chris T, formerly of Freewheelin'. Welcome to the Bottom Line Club. Let go due to satellite radios."
The Bottom Line Club. Yeah, I love it.
Yeah, so welcome to the Bottom Line Club. Let go due to satellite radio's greed and a little more. So, as someone who's always appreciated your achievements and legacy, I'm sorry it ended that way, but man, the satellite radio in my new electric car sounds like absolute crap, especially that channel. They have degraded the sound quality to the point it's hard to listen to and never mind pay for. So, I think you'll find life outside that corporate structure where they'll gladly feed you to the dogs if it helps share the prices. But you're finding true freedom, and I know you'll thrive on any new platform you take on. I'd love to be a guest on your show one of these days if you'll have me. Good luck and Godspeed, and God bless our truck drivers. And Claire Marie is actually already on the case trying to get them on the show, and Scat Pack even chimed in and said, yeah, I'd love to hear Chris T on your show.
We'll get him on.
Chris Tackus, Meredith Oaks, they were held forth for quite a number, about 20 years, I guess. Huh?
Yeah, they were really a victim too. And by the way, I'm just, once again, editorial comment, not Dave's, not Tara's, mine. They were a victim of having literally been told to change a format that they had been very comfortable in and had begun to build a real following beyond trucking. And were pretty much reined in and told, nope, you will do what we tell you to do. And they chafed. They straight up chafed at it. They used to have, they had big actors on there. They had big musical stars, musical guests. They had a lot of really great guests. And I
always kind of wondered, because I always saw when I would get onto our Facebook page, I would see that Facebook page pop up and I would click on it and there was no content. It was from long ago, but I knew it had to have some sort of backstory. I just didn't know the story.
Yeah, and part of it was the fact that Dave knows more about this than I do, but I know a little bit of it because I know Meredith and Chris pretty well. And Meredith was a number of times a guest on the weekend show because she's become a very celebrated rock and roll journalist and author. And I mean a really good honest work. Like her book on women of rock and roll is fantastic and does really great work. The problem was that. Once again, my editorial, not yours, not Dave's. They viewed. So OIDA does a great thing where every once in a while they'll put like a big piggy bank on wheels on its cover. That's what they'll do. And the point being that too often trucking is turned into a piggy bank rather than, an essential service. And I really think that the previous platform views you guys as a piggy bank. It's like, yeah, we'll give you a channel. We won't give you much of a channel. But the idea is for you to get subscriptions, and then we hope that your numbers will then push over into other channels. That's what it really was. So you cut the music out, you cut the programming out, and you drive people to other channels while giving them a place where they can just call occasionally and air their grievances. I'm sorry. Go on.
No, don't be sorry. That's exactly what this is about, bringing these comments to the table and then you guys discussing what you think they mean or what you hope they mean. But Ed R dropped in and said, didn't know what the whole story was, but I had a pretty good idea. I will say that I have listened to the other platform for probably about an hour or two since you guys left. You guys are where I come to get important information. Thank you for all that you keep doing and never give up.
Well, that's what we're going to do. We're never going to give up. I
We're never
think we
gonna give
have
up.
proven that. We've had a lot of opportunities to give up through
Truly.
the decades.
Go on.
Yeah, the people in our comments, the people in our chat, and our listeners, they keep us going, always. But this next comment comes in from user J Avellino 669, and it reads, satellite radio is the same company that makes customers argue for a reasonable subscription charge. I was about to try renegotiating for the next year, but knowing that they're trying to grab cash from Dave means they don't need my money.
Oh,
Gonna leave that there. Next.
These do not reflect our opinions. If you
Nope,
disagree, we
these
invite
are
your
the
reply.
comments of our listeners. These are not our opinions.
Although,
For-
although, thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. But friend of the show, Marshall Platter, who's in the chat right now, shout out Marshall, chimed into the comments to say, I prefer the new format. Didn't have satellite, and I don't need it, and I won't need it ever again. Well, it was true.
There
You're in
it
the
is.
chat right
Yeah.
now. Good morning.
You can also listen
Yeah.
to it in the shower.
Oh, I like that.
Yes.
But yes,
Which is what I was doing the other day.
Dave.
When I heard the Nemo thing.
Oh, code name, code word,
Nemo.
code name
Yeah.
Nemo.
Code
Yes.
name Nemo, yeah.
Yeah.
That's a great one.
I
That's on
know.
our YouTube channel as well, if anyone missed it.
And that, by the way, that is available on our YouTube channel. That was really fun. Codename Nemo was a really good time. And heaven, and by
Well,
the
when
way,
he described those German sailors in those U-boats, the life you'd lived in those U-boats. Oh my God, a U-boat and a submarine, they look the same from the outside, but the life experience was really, really different.
oh, a U-boat was. I mean, have you seen Das Boot?
Yeah.
I mean, that film is terrifying, and everybody agrees. Wolfgang Peterson, by the way, made that movie. I don't know if you know that. He's the guy that directed Air Force One and In the Line of Fire. Because I got to tell you something, guys. You want to see somebody who's really patriotic? Find an immigrant who has been sworn in. And Peterson, who was a German citizen, came over and became an American citizen. And all the movies he made over here are like hyper patriotic. Like he is like Mr.
Yeah.
Gung Ho American. Go on.
Well, I promise that this is a real username. This is from user Dingbat72364, and it says, my husband listened to Dave for about 20 years from the AM radio days and the XM days. He said that he hadn't listened to the show in many years, but now he will be able to again. So, hope you're listening, and thank you for leaving the comment.
I will say this, and I'm going to pick on Scat Pack for a second because I like picking on Danny. He says, we just got to get rid of the commercials. Well, Danny, how do you think we're going to pay for it?
Thank you.
I mean,
Come on.
if you want to go find somebody, by the way, who is willing to let us say this entire commercial-free hour is brought to you by so-and-so gives us a cool $500,000, I am happy to follow every single edict that anybody wants to have. Somebody got to pay for this stuff. Somebody got to pay for it. You know what I'm saying? Either you pay for it or somebody else pays for it. What we have done, what we have done, though, I think is really cool, is that we've been able to kind of limit the commercial breaks here.
True.
That you get 27 unbroken minutes of content, followed by a break, followed by 27 more unbroken minutes of content.
The
as well.
relationship that we've had with our sponsors through the 50 plus years. In fact, this past weekend, we went over to the celebration at the Slidell Truck Stops of America
For Jay.
for Jay Hosty, and his family was there and spent a real nice afternoon there. And what I was pointing out to folks who did not know this, that location, that truck stop, when it was the Union 76 back in 1971, became the first sponsor of what would become trucking radio. And what I mean by what would become, it very quickly got picked up by other big, powerful AM stations at night all over the country, and trucking radio became a flash in the pan for some, but then a continuing legacy for others, a few, Bill Mack, Truckin' Bozo, yours truly, in that number. And they have been sponsors of this program in its different forms and its different venues for over 50 years. And we go back, and one of our listeners who started listening to the show when he was a teenager, in bed at night, never was from a trucking family, but just loved those trucks. He and his girlfriend at the time, his wife now, used to go to the truck stop and just wait for good-looking trucks to come in. When they did, they'd go around the back and take pictures of the truck. They just love trucks. And we've only had one sponsor through the years that turned out to be a problem and a disappointment only because they were too successful. It was when the APU, the auxiliary power units, first came out, they wanted to advertise their new unit. It was gorgeous. It was a beautiful little machine, man. It was wonderful. Are you sure you're going to be ready to take these orders? Are you going to be ready for it? Are you going to be ready for it? Oh, yeah, we got it covered. Well, they weren't ready for it. And then they basically started importing some little Chinese motors for these APUs, and they were horrible. They were called boomers. And that's the one I talk about sometimes down in Dallas at the Great American Trucking Show. Almost got into a fist fight over those things one night.
Oh, goodness.
But that was the only time. And it was nobody's fault, but it was everybody's fault. But our sponsors have been really good people with great products and services.
We've turned
through the
people
years.
down who've come to us with, some
people
really
down.
lucrative offers, by the way.
Yeah.
But it was, one time I'm not going to say their name, but there was a medical practitioner who was obviously trying to kind of greenwash a number of lawsuits that he had been subjected to. And we looked at him and we said, we can't do this.
Yeah.
We can't do this. We're not here
Yeah.
to rehabilitate your reputation. And he didn't offer $10 million. At $10 million, I'd been like, you know what? Let's rehabilitate him.
We can work with that.
We can work with that. You want to give us $10 million to kind of, rehabilitate your reputation. We're willing to kind of turn you into Mother Teresa. We're happy to do that. Tara, go on.
Well, from user Dirtboy Trucker commented, "This is crazy. You guys were the driving force for the Road Dog Radio channel. I may not listen as much as I used to because I live in the trekking space and I don't always need to listen to a show about what I do for a living, but I'll always be a fan of Dave and the Nemo family. Jimmy taking time to come see me and my fleet of heroes trucks made my career. Thank you guys for all that you've done and all that you continue to do. It is what keeps me sane, and you guys were my first introduction to trucking. I'll always know where you are when I need you guys."
I remember that, by the way, going out to Arizona and seeing that fleet. Good God Almighty, that's the hottest parking lot I've ever been in my life. I remember walking across that parking lot with Summer Harless, and she's like, "Why do they have all these awnings across the parking lot?" I'm like, "You'll find out.
You'll see.
You'll find out." He's like, "Oh, we're walking in a confectionery oven." Yes, we are.
First line of defense.
Yeah, the first line of defense. Bill, I'm telling you, that was a hot day. It's also a very patriotic day. Those trucks were beautiful. Those wrap trucks that he's talking about, the fleet of heroes, nice, the nice fleet. Yeah, it was really, really groovy. Go on.
Well, David F. commented, "Unfortunate to see you guys gone. I was without a radio while in a spare truck, and then boom, you were gone. Didn't take long for them to forget who carried you through COVID, or carried them through COVID, did they?" And a lot of listeners echoed that same experience in the comments, saying like they missed the announcement, they didn't realize what was happening, and then they just woke up one day, or they were in a spare truck, and then boom, we were gone. So I'm glad that some of these posts and this video has gotten out to some folks, and they've found us again. So welcome back if you're listening. If you're new, welcome. And Danny H. also said, "Stand up act, Dave. Always appreciated the time being on the show with you and Jimmy. Best wishes on the new venture and looking forward to chatting soon. All the best."
Really quickly, before I forget, I'd actually taken a note before we started this half hour, Tara, and I want Dave to get a chance to address this. So once a week, we do a show called Nemo's Night Beat, which really resonates with a lot of the older listeners, and a lot of the younger listeners are discovering it and really enjoying it. So talk a little bit about what we got on tap for today and tomorrow, Dave, just to give our listeners a sense of what's coming. Just in brief, brother. Just in brief. You haven't got to get into the weeds with this. But today is going to be a replay, and tomorrow will be the new event, correct?
Yes. Just because we're squeezing some things into a shorter schedule than we used to have sometimes. And we're going to do the Night Beat tonight will be on RadioNemo.com will be last week's. And then tomorrow night, the new Night Beat will be on Reach Across America Radio, and then beginning tomorrow night as well on RadioNemo.com.
Yeah, and there's a really
groovy
thing.
Right?
There's a really groovy thing.
Yes.
Go ahead, Dave. Go ahead. Tell them.
Oh, but all I was going to say is that there may be some unexpected information and trivia and stories on this edition of Nemo's Night Beat tonight. I'm really proud of this show, and I think I think you'll really enjoy the musical journey through a few decades and how everything kind of links in together. That's what I was trying to do.
Looking
I'm
forward to
excited.
that. Tomorrow night, new Nemo Night Beat. Tonight, old Nemo Night Beat. Tomorrow's is at 9 in the center, 10 in the east on Reeves Across America Radio. Did I get that right?
Yes.
Okay, fantastic.
Yes.
Tara, you got time for, I think, one more, so go on.
Make it a good one.
Perfect. It is a good one. Because finally, this last one is from Bonehead Truckers, who's actually going to be coming on the
He's
show
coming
in the
on.
next hour.
Yeah.
I'm so excited to hear from them. The comment says, "Thanks y'all for doing this. Nemo has been nothing but great. I've asked around for years, or not years, I've asked behind the scenes and gotten quite a few answers about what happened with the satellite radio stuff. Thanks, Dave, for the great years. You, Mac, and Bozo are my trucking radio Mount Rushmore. I do Bonehead Truckers for a living now and don't listen as much to anything as I used to, but Nemo has been a part of my career whether he knows it or not."
Wow.
And so, of course, that is what inspired the Mount Rushmore of Trucking Radio post that kind of went viral on our Facebook page and our other platforms, but maybe on Facebook mainly. And I want to discuss the Mount Rushmore of trucking next week on Monday because it sparked some great conversation, ruffled some feathers, and we had a couple people weighing in the comments, a lot of people actually in a big way, letting us know that they listened to them, and some people were even letting us know who they thought should have been on the monument. So would love to dive into that with you guys next week.
Yeah, and by the way, guys, remember, you can still comment on that post, by the way, and get your comments in when Tara drops back in for Breaker Back Talk's next edition on Nemo Nation, which will be next Monday. And, of course, she will return on Road Gang Radio for another edition of Breaker Back Talk on Fridays, as she always does. Oh, yeah, I got to tell you, I thought that post was one of the most uncontroversial things I'd ever seen in my life. Turns out I was wrong. Turns out I was really wrong. Turns out I was, like, wrong. Hearing me admit this, wrong. Some people just got annoyed, didn't they?
Yes, it was quite the moment for our social media and other people's as well. But if you haven't seen it, it's pinned on our Facebook page and it's on all of our other social media as well. Go drop a comment. Join the almost 250 other people who have weighed in. So go check in and we'll be
We're gonna need
back.
a bigger monument.
Yeah. I mean, absolutely.
Truly.
Maybe it becomes kind of a monolith for Dr. Philostratus of Zebulon 5. We got to let you go, Tara. It's great talking to you, Turtle. Touchdown. Terrific. Thank you, dear.
Thank you so much. Have a great show, guys, and be safe out there.
Bye, Tara.
Bye.
We'll shuffle off this radio coil here on Nemo Nation. We'll make our way to the other side when the action gets fast and furious and the guests arrive moment to moment, bit by bit. Hey, Dave. How you doing, man?
Doing wonderful. Hey, Truckers' Voices are in the house.
Good morning, Road Gang Radio. In the house, indeed.
Get $25 off on your next preventive maintenance service. Stop by TA Truck Service and save when you choose Castrol oil and a Fleet Guard oil filter. Now through September 30, 2025. Enjoy premium performance with trusted brands. Castrol, protection for the long haul guaranteed. Fleet Guard, run cleaner longer with filtration science. Our ASC certified technicians are ready to deliver expert preventive maintenance and more. TA Truck Service, Castrol, Fleet Guard, your partners in preventive maintenance.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
Live from the I-10 corridor from the Fastport Studios in the city of New Orleans, it's Nemo Nation.
We are live, and we are happy to be here with Jimmy Mack and Dave Nemo yet again in hour 2.
You wanted to give a shout out, Dave, to somebody out there on the chat, did you not?
Oh, yes, indeed. Marty Margiello. Margiello is out there with us, the chef.
By the way, the Jimmy Mac and Cheese, another thing I thought would be uncontroversial, turned out to be, like, once again, seemed to ruffle feathers. I don't know why would anybody be bothered with us?
I don't know.
Why do we get under anybody's skin? We're
It
nice
was
guys.
an unexpected flavor that I think. I don't think it was what folks expected.
Yeah, maybe so. I have to tell you, we're boldly going where no man has gone before. We're experiencing and traveling to strange new worlds. We're seeking out new life and new opportunities. This is Nemo Nation. Welcome back. We got a great first guest. It's a return guest. Would you care, Dave, to do the honors, or would you like me to do the honors?
Well, I'll say hello to Jeff Dickinson here and welcome him back. RGTX chairman, president, and CEO, but he's also the chairman of the Freight Fraud Task Force. And got a lot to talk about the FFTF here recently. Jeff, good morning. Welcome back.
Yes, good morning, guys. Thanks for having me.
Yeah. So, how was your Labor Day weekend, and are you back at work?
I'm always at work, Dave. My weekend was good. Thank you. I hope yours was well. Did you do anything exciting?
No, but I did get my guitar tuned up and the intonation set correctly, which was a big feat. But
there
that's
you go.
about it. Yeah. We want to talk about the Freight Fraud Task Force because some new, exciting things are coming up. We are really on a fast track here. I think we're playing a lot of catch up too when it comes to the sophistication and the advanced technology and the ability to use this technology that the criminal world has embraced. So right now, what can you tell us about what's cooking at the Freight Fraud Task Force?
Yeah, sure. So I came up with this idea about 10 months ago with a good friend of mine, Dale Prax of Freight Validate. And we were talking about it and going back and forth, and lo and behold, came to fruition, and I got a board together. And when they say all good things happen on a golf course, well, it did. I was at a golf outing, and I met Gil Feldman, who's with USI Insurance Services. Mm-hmm. They're the fourth largest commercial insurance company in the country at $2.8 billion. And we hit it off, and we started talking about the freight fraud and double brokering and theft and everything that goes with it, Dave. And we became very good friends. We started talking about it, and next thing you know, we had a webinar, and the webinar went really good. And we had a transportation lawyer who was listening to the webinar, and his name was Thomas Martin. He is from Price, Meese, Schumann, and DiArmino PCs. They're attorneys. He's been a transportation attorney for a very long time. He's well respected, and we built this partnership. I call it the trifecta of freight fraud fighting. He started up a company called Total Loss Prevention and Security Association, which is an offshoot of ATA back in the day in 2000. So we wanted to form something that has not been thought of, having the insurance side of the freight fraud business as well as the lawyer side of protecting people, and then having my practical experience being in the warehouse industry, logistics, and supply chain for over 40 years. So it was a good trifecta, and we started up this organization, and it's we've been moving quite fast with a lot of things happening.
So the new bit of alphabet soup here is TRDA, the Transportation Risk Defense Alliance, which really says a lot there. Is there something in that name beyond the obvious? Does that make sense to you?
Well, yeah. Well, with transportation, there are risks involved. Every time you move a shipment, your image, reputation, and brand is in that truck, no matter which way you look at it. So you have to be careful with everything that you do on a daily basis, especially when you're moving freight or dealing with shippers and carriers and brokers and freight forwarders, you name it. You have to be very careful and not do any missteps. I've been very fortunate over the last 45 years, Dave, where I've never faced freight fraud, theft, or double brokering. A lot of people say that's insane. How are we able to do it? Well, I came through the evolution of transportation where we didn't have those tools back there, and we really built everything on true, authentic relationships. Our handshakes were ironclad. We knew the people. We went out to lunch with these people. I'm sure you did it back in your day as well. It was the best way to build these relationships, and you knew who you were dealing with. Unfortunately, as the evolution of logistics kept moving forward over the decades, they lost touch. Relationships wasn't really part of doing business. It was more profits over service. And they took carriers for granted. We could talk for hours on this, but carriers don't wear the drivers don't wear uniforms anymore. I think they've lost a little bit of respect for them, and then in turn, the shippers lost respect for them. Now they don't let them use their lavatories. There's so many different things that are part of it, and they're not checking out the carriers or the brokers they're doing business with or the assets they're doing business with. And so there's a lot of missteps involved in why it's escalated instead of de-escalated.
Okay, so do I hear, and don't let me go way overboard on this, but it's almost like shippers, receivers, they're looking at the trucking company coming in, the driver coming in, and they're kind of discounting those people because they've been there, they've done that, they know what they're doing. And the criminal element has been able to kind of just infiltrate unnoticed in a you know what I mean? Like everybody's been put on the same scale.
Right. Yeah, the bad guys are going to penetrate. They're going to find loopholes. And it's unfortunate. I'm on LinkedIn, and my partners are on LinkedIn as well. And there's a lot of very, very good vetting companies out there. And not intentionally, but I see a lot of things, as well as my partners, where they're trying to tell a story, but they're also creating loopholes and drawing roadmaps for the fraudsters to circumvent. And we don't want to do that. We want to go to the source. The source of every shipment or freight shipment that out there starts with a shipper globally. No matter which way you look at it, it has to start at the source. Mm-hmm. They need to be educated. They need to follow steps and operational practices and create the best work instructions and give that to the people who are on the dock who are talking to these carriers. And it comes to safety as well. FMCSA 49 CFR 39.2.7. Pre-trip inspections. How many actually do a pre-trip inspection when they hit a dock at a shipper? So we're dealing with a lot of safety issues as well on the road, Dave, which is part of fraud.
Yeah. One other thing, and correct me if I'm wrong here, but it seems like historically, traditionally, we just got a couple of minutes here. The carrier has goods that are being transported. The thieves are trying to steal stuff. And it's kind of an even keel. You win some, you lose some. Loose lips sink ships. Somebody said something, and I got a truckload of whiskey stolen. Okay, that sort of thing. And so it was tit for tat for decades. Now, is it a surprise to the industry how fast and how deeply sophisticated the theft rings and organizations have become? Is it almost an overnight explosion? It seems like that to us here.
Yeah, no, it's been growing over the decades behind the curtain. And what happened was a lot of people left their guard down. Mm-hmm. Back in the day, real quick, I didn't have those tools that they have today. and I keep on saying this over and over again, the fraudsters are getting technologically advanced in the way that they penetrate the logistics and supply chain and finding ways, as far as cyber attacks, cyber security, identity theft, all of that. And the thing is that, you have to go back to basics, the way that I look at it. And you have to start on the ground and you have to start training these people. And when you see trucks pulling up and you see taped MC numbers, DOT numbers on the door, that should be like a red flag, to say, well, why is that on there? Why aren't they doing pre-trip inspections? Look in their cab card, their driver's license. Are they legit? I mean, are they who they say they are? Are they making phone calls to the carrier dispatchers, and talking to these people? Are they looking at websites? I mean, you could just go on and on and on. The guard is down, and that's why things are starting to escalate. And, I think I've got a good thing here as far as the insurance side of the business, as well as, the transportation lawyer side of this, where we have direct impact on the shippers. If they're not in compliance, then they're not going to get insurance. If they're not going to comply, what are the end results on that? You talk about nuclear verdicts and thermonuclear verdicts. I mean, some people think that it's not going to happen to them. And you and I both know, Dave, that it takes a catastrophic event to change somebody's mind. But up until that point, they're going to be steadfast, saying, what's the chances of that happening to me, until it does? And it's very painful.
By the way, Jeff Dickinson joins us this morning. We're thrilled to have the Bodacious Cowboy back on the scene. He's got 45 years in this industry, actually approaching 50, and he's been at it for the era of deregulation. If you guys want to find out more about him, please go to rgtxlogistics.com. You can find him on the LinkedIn as well at Freight Fraud Task Force LLC. Jeff, we're going to actually have you on for one of our 30-minute segments so we can really dig into this stuff. There's so much more to talk about. But we wanted to make sure, once again, that people are aware where the action is in regards to what you're up to. Thank you so much, my friend.
Thank you for having me. Have a great week, guys. Thanks.
Jeff Dickinson. Hey guys, I want you to go to X.com, go to the X, formerly known as Twitter, and go find the Bonehead Truckers. Just take the E out of the word truckers, and you'll have it. The Bonehead Truckers, you can find them on the Book of Face at Bonehead Truckers, and of course on the Tube of You at Bonehead Truckers, by the way. Ike Stevens is joining us from the Bonehead Truckers. We're actually thrilled to get him on here. He started driving in 2002, and he's been a fan of trucking since he was a kid. Not an unfamiliar story as far as you're concerned, is it, Mr. Nemo?
Story.
In 2010, he picked up a camera and he started a trucking channel. In many ways, Dave, if in fact we succeed on this platform, this is the John the Baptist of the movement we have here. And he's a fan of this show. We are a fan of his show. Ike Stevens joins us this morning. Welcome to Nemo Nation.
Hey, y'all. Thanks for having me on. Y'all sound good. Man, y'all put me up there. Doggone. Listen, I made a Facebook. I don't know. Y'all had a video or something that y'all had, and I put Dave Nemo on the Mount Rushmore. And for me, he is. And just to be on here on the radio with Nemo is just awesome.
Well, I just got rocks in my head. I felt like I should be up there. Goodness gracious. Yeah, I was watching some of your videos, and I like the Four-Wheeler Friday stuff. But one of the things that you wouldn't think could be, we have turned, I think, transportation as a whole, but then narrowing it down to trucking. I think trucking was the last place in the world where common sense decision-making, common sense observation wouldn't become politicized, wouldn't become, partisan, and it seems like it's having that is having its effect on, of all things now, parking. And boy, don't you get tired of even hearing the word parking? I surely get tired of hearing saying it. But here we are, and it's the crux of so many other problems here. And now it looks like people are saying, well, we have all the truck parking we need. And we're circling back to that original argument that goes back 30 years because they were counting all of the parking spaces in North Dakota and comparing them to New Jersey, if you know what I mean. It was like, well, yeah, we got plenty of parking spots. Just got to be in the right place at the right time. Is there what's your hope right now on all of this, Ike? I mean, are we getting anywhere at all?
It don't seem like it, because just like you said, if it's not truck parking, it's a driver shortage, and you think if you have a driver shortage, then you have plenty of parking. But if you go.
By the way, my friend, when I heard you say that the first time, I was like, I have a friend here. That's exactly it, man. So we don't have enough drivers. Why don't we have enough parking spots? I mean, exactly. Go on, Ike. I'm sorry.
Well, if we had a driver shortage, and we'd have freight at the docks, and that's not happening. But it's just the thing is with the whole truck parking east of 35, east of Mississippi, beyond a certain time, you just can't find it, But if you get out west, or I mean, it's just everywhere. You pull into a truck stop at 2:00 in the morning, in let's say Lordsburg, New Mexico, and you're going to find a spot at that Flying J out there, but it's just different wherever you're at. You go up and down 95, or 70, 77 or something like that. It's just you're not going to find it. So the whole truck parking issue and everything behind it. It comes down to money that's behind it and who's got the most of it. And not only they politicizing it, but they're definitely there's people out there just trying to make money off of it.
Oh yeah, the monetization of it. I mean, the smartest thing to do is to count up what we have in parking spots, count up the trucks, and see where we are now, and then use the ones we have. That made a lot of sense. And so we had that coalition. I think it was headed up in Ohio a few years back. They started that. I think it was 8 states that started the first truck parking task force kind of a thing, where they started counting up, putting up the signs and everything. And then, of course, how do you not monetize stuff like this? I just don't know how we're talking about the most expensive real estate on the planet, for one thing, in terms of location. So you've got that element. So how can the government afford that? They can't.
Yeah, well,
we can't.
They can't. I mean, but I'd much rather have the government pay for truck parking than a war in another country that doesn't affect us. So,
well, there's that.
There's that.
Let me.
But and
go ahead, Ike.
It's not a one size fits all. It's not a just like. You remember when we were doing the whole, hours of service, changes, adding a 30-minute break in, years ago. I mean, trucking is not one size fits all, and it's the same geographically here in the country. If they're going to do a study, they need to do a study on each individual lane out there and how much freight is out there. And like over here in Texas where I live, they've been shutting down the rest areas, and they just grow up with weeds, instead of taking that and just do. I think Missouri did this, where they go and take a rest area that's no longer used as a rest area, but we'll leave the pavement there, and we'll allow trucks parked there, put an outhouse or something they put out there, but at least give us a spot. It's not going to hurt. Now, I don't mind the truck stop. I enjoy the truck stops coming up, but when it comes to funding, I think it's a great way to, use government funds is for trucks. But I'm just biased.
I wanted to we've only got about 2 minutes left here, and we're so glad to have Ike with us this morning. A lot of people already know who you are. I know you're humble and say that's not true, but a lot of people know who you are. Can you kind of really quickly tell people about what it is you guys do over on your YouTube channel? Because I'd love for people who are listening here to make their way over there to you as well, too, and to find out what all it is you guys have to offer, Ike.
All right, yeah, so, obviously 20 years of driving, and I used to vlog and stuff, and Yeah, and I would take my frustrations out. It's like, oh man, I see this pee jug out there in the middle of a parking lot. It's like, man, we really should not be doing it. We should be cleaner. If we want people to respect us, we need to kind of police ourselves and pick up after ourselves. And so I started the whole Bonehead Truckers stuff. And I'd do the Bonehead Truckers of the Week where people would send me videos, and I would commentate it. I would use humor. It's turned into where I still do that, but there's some, bad wrecks that's been happening out here on the road, and I've been going down this rabbit hole where it's, we have a lot of foreign immigrants coming into the industry without any training, and then they're just running over people. And I've been going down this rabbit hole on that, and I made it my mission the last several months is to at least use my voice to say, hey, we've got a big, giant problem in this industry, and if I could just do my part to, maybe get someone's attention that, let's change some laws. Let's get rid of non-domicile CDLs and put more strength in training American truck drivers. That way we have safer roads. And obviously, we have more jobs as American truck drivers. So that's my mission, and that's what I do on Bonehead Truckers.
I tell you what, Mr. Bonehead Trucker, the Bonehead Trucker himself, Ike, has arrived on the scene. Why don't we have Claire Marie reach out to you just like we have with our last guest, Jeff, because you are worthy of at least a longer form conversation, and promise me that when you come back, we'll actually have you kind of go through your favorite Bonehead Trucker moments, the ones that just particularly stand out. Can you promise me that?
Yes, sir. Absolutely. I appreciate it. And by the way, Mr. Nemo, I told my wife that, I'm going to be on the Dave Nemo show. And she hasn't ridden with me a whole lot, but when she did, she heard me listen to you every morning. It's like, yeah, that's that good positive guy. Yep, that's him. So she remembers you, that's for sure.
Well, please give her my best regards, Ike, and thank you so much. You ought to have her come on with you next time.
Maybe so. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Ike Stevens. Hey, guys, this is Nemo Nation. Take a deep breath, and we're rolling along. And of course, that means a reporter is on the scene. The reporter of reporters, as far as the trucking industry is concerned, Landline's managing editor, Jamie Jones, joins us here. Regular recurring guest, one of the original members of the reconstituted Road Gang has arrived on the scene. You know her, Landline's managing editor. She's been doing the journalism gig since '91, and she's been, basically giving you guys the information you need since 2000. Basically, she's been around as long as the FMCSA has been. Well, even maybe longer than that. Hey, Jamie, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Good morning.
How was your weekend?
It was really nice. Spent too much time outside, which is why I sound like I do, but the allergies definitely kicked up. But got a lot done in the yard, so that was a good weekend.
Yeah, allergies started kicking in late for me this year. Usually get them in the spring, and I'm doing the coughing and sneezing now, which is kind of weird. Maybe our seasons are getting a little bit slower here. I don't know. One of the things that I figured you would want to mention here, at least this morning, is Tyson Fisher's quote, unacceptable and insulting. OOIDA calls out truck parking club. Wow. We just got through talking to a Bonehead Trucker, Ike Stevens, about kind of like the same thing in terms of you expect the unexpected, you'll never be disappointed. Now, all of a sudden, we're back to square one. And if you remember about 30, maybe even 35 years ago, it was said that we have a truck parking shortage. And the head of NATSO at the time counted up all the spots and said, no, we got plenty of spots. Just come to North Dakota.
Yeah, that was a rough time.
Yeah, and so that went right down the slide, right into the mud pit immediately. But that sort of thinking now is coming back, but there's a price tag attached to it because we do have truck parking out there, but it's not being sold.
Yeah, and the problem with Truck Parking Club is they are the Airbnb, if you will, of truck parking. They don't vet these sites that sign on. There's actually one in Omaha that is, notorious. It's a closed hospital parking lot. You can't get to it because there's no truck routes to it. It's dilapidated, no lighting, very dark, not in the best of
I
neighborhoods.
saw that movie.
Yeah. But, they're counting those spots as safe and secure. Really? I mean, Jason Rivenberg was parked at a closed gas station, when he was shot and killed for $7.
Mm-hmm.
That was not a safe and secure spot. So you can't count places like that. And that's what they've done. The study acknowledges that there is a shortage of parking, but the way that truck parking clubs spun it and have set us back on this argument, truckers pay enough in taxes, they should have free parking that's safe and secure. They pay so much in taxes to the Highway Trust Fund that there's absolutely no reason they shouldn't have more truck parking than they do right now.
Yeah, and the problem dates back. Okay, well you mentioned Rivenberg, Jason Rivenberg. That crime occurred in 2012? Might have been 2010. Then Jason's Law was passed in 2012. Everything takes a couple of years at least. So 20 years later, here we are again, talking about the same thing again, but with a different wrinkle now, because it seems as if is truck parking going to be like television now? I mean, we're going to have a subscription to 17 different services to see the 15 different channels we want to watch. You know what I mean? Like if everything is for sale, and I keep saying that this is the most expensive real estate on the planet, right off an interstate exit. That's prime real estate. It costs as much to park a truck as it does to buy the truck.
Yeah, and what's so sad. It's almost like, it's like toll roads. You have to have all these transponders in your windshield. With
another cottage industry.
Yes, the margin for profit is so razor thin right now that when you're talking about $30 a night to park your truck, that's ridiculous. I mean, how many miles do you have to roll just to pay to park that night? So paid parking is going to be part of the solution, but it is not the solution. And that's what Truck Parking Club tried to sell with this thing. And OOIDA is not buying it.
That's pretty obvious. That was a pretty hard-hitting article.
Oh, Tyson did a fabulous job on that. I'm so proud of him.
Yeah, and Jamie, that was my question in the limited time we got left. We got about maybe 45 seconds here. Do me a solid and kind of talk about the decision process to let Tyson write the piece, because it's an editorial. It ain't news, because there's news contained, there's facts that have been vetted, but it's opinion. Talk about the decision to let him do that and what the discussion was leading up to releasing that piece.
Straight news always has its place, because you have to let the readers decide. This was so egregious in the press release that Truck Parking Club sent out that it was time to let the pit bull off the leash. So it wasn't a long process to get at that decision. It was a matter of, do they deserve it or not? And the answer was yes. And so we turned Tyson loose and let him do what he does great.
Oh yeah, righteous anger is definitely a part of his quill of arrows. Absolutely, positively true. And he came out swinging, and it really landed. Jamie, we got to let you go. All of this goes by so fast and furious. It's a lady that has been covering this scene as long as the FMCSA has been in business. She's got 2 decades of trucking journalism experience, and even more than that in regards to just straight up journalism and sports. Are you excited about the NFL season?
Not as much after Friday night, but yeah.
I thought you might say that. Thank you, Jamie. We will talk at you soon. We'll rally. Hey, by the way, it's a long season. There's 16 more games to go. You're going to be just fine. Thank you, Jamie J.
All right, later.
Guys, this is Nemo Nation. Hold on tight. Dave Nemo, myself, Jimmy Mack. We got some other friends coming up here soon. Mr. Ben Wilkins, Mr. Chuck Snow. Hey, guys, go to truckdown.com and, well, they'll get you out of the ditch, back on the road in 50 states and 8 provinces. They've been doing it since 97. We'll be right back after these messages.
St. Christopher Truckers Fund provides free health and wellness programs for drivers to help prevent some common medical conditions seen in the industry. These programs include diabetes prevention, Rigs Without Cigs, a tobacco and nicotine cessation program, Healthy Habits for the Long Haul, a 12-week total body wellness program, a vaccine voucher program that includes free flu, shingles, COVID, and pneumonia vaccines, and GPS, Get Preventative Screenings. That includes free at-home cancer screening tests. These programs are available to Class A over-the-road semi-truck drivers. For more information or to register for a program, visit the St. Christopher Fund website at truckersfund.org.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Live from the I-10 corridor from the Fastport Studios in the city of New Orleans, it's Nemo Nation.
Oh, and it's a pretty day today. Back to you, Jimmy Mack and Dave Nemo.
Want to remind you guys, if you're listening on YouTube and you have not yet subscribed and pushed that notification button, you should probably do that now. Welcome back to Nemo Nation, fast-paced out of the Fastport Studios here in New Orleans. Guys, by the way, Fastport is onboarding veterans as we speak. They're helping with the recruiting challenges that many companies face. They do it through technology, innovation, and of course, as always, people. Go to fastport.com or nationalapprenticeship.org. And remember that the microphones we are talking on, the equipment we are using are all part of the Fastport family. Big thanks to Brad Bentley and the entire gang over there, here in New Orleans, over in Boston, and every place where Fastport is actually finding people and finding them the jobs that they deserve to give them a purpose-driven life. Welcome back to Nemo Nation. I turn it over now to Dave, who will do the honors of introducing our next guest, who is a regular recurring segment as well. Dave, take it away.
Our next guest is our next friend, actually, Ben Wilkins. And Ben, of course, is the cybersecurity principal engineer at NMFTA, the National Motor Freight Traffic Association. Ben, good morning and welcome back. Always great to have you with us.
Good morning. Thanks for having me back on. I always look forward to this show.
You know, it's weird because you've been on a lot, and every time you've come on, you guys have something new to talk about. You don't run out. we need.
Yeah, we are going full speed ahead over here.
Man, oh man! I'll tell you what. And the newest thing too, and you're covering. You know, it kind of reminds me of Truckers Against Trafficking, TAT, because starting off with truckers. And then it moved to the truck stops. Then they moved into buses. Then they moved into the casino area, railroad. You just the oil fields. They kind of spread the message out. And you guys are really kind of doing the same thing because your next release, the new release, is called the Vendor Risk Assessment Framework, a tool for owner-operators and fleets or anybody else in the transportation community, as you put it, to use this when they're choosing and onboarding new vendors to make sure that the vendors are making security conscious decisions. In other words, leave no stone unturned then, huh? Was there something that really flew off the page in terms of, hey, wait a minute, we need to talk to these vendors, or were they kind of just next on the list?
That's a great question, Dave. And you know, it's one of those situations with doing cybersecurity at any scale, whether you're, you know, single owner operator or large enterprise. The idea of making yourself more secure and, you know, hardening your own defenses, that's only a piece of the puzzle, because every time you bring in somebody else's software, every time you integrate with another platform, you know, you're taking on all of the risk of that organization in addition to your own risk. And so we've often in presentations or in other publications, we talk about, you know, choose secure vendors, or don't forget about vendor security, or make sure you're making security conscious purchases. And so that begs the question, well, how do I do that? And we didn't have a resource available to the public that specifically addressed, how do I choose a secure vendor? How do I ask? What questions do I ask? And how do I ask those questions of my vendors before making a purchasing decision to make sure that I'm protecting myself? And so that was really, as you sort of pull back these layers of the onion, when you start talking about security, you know, you have your internal security, you have your, all of these different pieces. You also have to focus on the security of the integrations and the software that you bring in. So that really was the next logical step in resources to bring to the community for us.
I guess there might be one of the things too, we can kind of walk through these, and this probably would be the best thing to do. You have 5 basic core objectives on these vendor cybersecurity oversight. And the first one is to ensure third-party services do not introduce undue cyber or operational risk. You have to really have a good relationship there then. I mean, you kind of got to get on the inside now. Is that, you can't really do this from the outside, can you?
Well, and that's the thing. It's about, you know, backing way up and understanding that when you're looking at vendors and you say, I need this new piece of software, I need this new, you know, whatever the vendor's service is that they provide, thinking about how that might impact the security of your organization. That, you know, let's say we're integrating another piece of software into our operational stack internally, understanding how that's going to integrate with your systems, and really thinking through, okay, how can I ensure that this vendor has thought of these security impacts? And that starts with a conversation in the procurement stage, right? So it starts way before you even make a purchasing decision, to start asking those questions and saying, okay, are you aware of these risks that your product might introduce to my environment? And what have you done about those risks? And so it opens that door to the conversation with the vendor.
You know, you're talking to a guy that wouldn't even know where to begin to ask a question like that. But guys like me don't need to ask a question like that, because there are guys like you that ask those questions. Am I kind of, in other words, do I need to know this stuff?
Well, and so this depends on the organization, you know, who's going to actually be asking these questions. But what we really tried to create here is a cheat sheet, if you will. Mm-hmm. So you don't have to think of the questions to ask. This document walks through the different phases in the procurement and lifecycle management of your vendors, from pre-contract screening all the way through examining the contracts and understanding if those have the appropriate safeguards, and then kind of racking and stacking your vendors based on their criticality to your organization and the level of risk, walking through the onboarding and integration phase and understanding those questions to ask and the gotchas to look for there, and then ongoing monitoring and review of your vendors over time. And we offer a list of questions and sort of ideal answer, unacceptable but keep an eye on it kind of answer, and then the answers that really should give you some pause to say, oh wait, maybe this isn't the best option. And so we don't want you to feel like, as the small fleet, or as maybe a brokerage that's starting out and trying to look for vendors, we don't want people to feel like they have to reinvent all of these questions. We want to really give you guide that you can walk through with your vendors.
Yeah, it's really comprehensive. It's 16 pages of these questions and these kind of like if this then that kind of a thing. So it's really comprehensive, very easy to work out. 16 pages of stuff though. There's a lot to really know there. And we'll ask folks to go there. Of course, go to nmfta.org and you can find everything there. But what about so obviously fleets, owner-operators have asked you to do this, or you've seen the need for this within the transportation community. What about the vendors themselves? Because they're coming in, they're doing all kinds of stuff coming in from all kinds of disciplines and businesses to your business. What are you getting some feedback already, or is it too soon yet from the vendors,
So there's a range
the vendor community?
Yeah, that's a good point, Dave. There's a range of responses from vendors when you start talking about vendor risk assessments or vendor security assessments, and it's not unexpected for most vendors out there to start being asked these types of security questions, and they're going to be very familiar with this process. If a vendor is not prepared, that in and of itself is worth kind of making note of, that they haven't really started thinking about the security aspect of their product. And maybe that's one to keep an eye on if they have a good option out there, good product you like, but hold off until they've really started thinking from a security perspective about the impact of that product. And so, it is fairly commonplace in the current environment for a vendor to be asked these questions and to have it in an organized fashion and really just instead of just saying, are you doing security? That's a pretty open-ended question for them, but being able to ask them some very specific, specific tasks and specific behaviors that you're looking for allows that to be a much more structured and a much more organized conversation.
Wow. And this is probably going to be a first time for a lot of folks in a lot of fleets, especially the smaller fleets, to even have considered. Is this something that folks have even considered at this point? In other words, I don't know if us as humans in this business are technically savvy enough and have the depth of knowledge and experience enough to even understand that this is a necessary thing. Do you get that level of, doneness? I guess might be a way to put it.
And sometimes that depends on the operation, but I do think a lot of organizations and a lot of people are feeling like, hey, I know I need to be asking security questions and I know I need to be thinking about this, but where do I even start? What do I ask and what's a good answer? How do I quantify if this vendor's giving me the right answers or answers I should accept? And so that's really what we're trying to, that role that we're trying to fill here, is to offer some kind of a springboard to get you into vendor risk assessment as a process without having to come up with a list of questions and research what's a good answer, what's a bad answer, what's a warning flag. So yeah, that's a good point. I mean, I think a lot of people know that maybe we should do this, but how do we do this? So that's what we're looking to help with.
And here's the how. And you guys have been behind just so many efforts like this to nail down so many problems. I asked the question just a little while ago, has the transportation community been surprised at how fast and how deeply sophisticated crime rings, theft rings have become? And the answer was no, not really, because it's been building slowly for such a long time. But a lot of times when things build slowly for a long time, you don't notice that too. So it can sneak up on you both ways, can't it?
Absolutely. It's that classic, the example of the frog in a pot of cold water.
Yeah.
Turn the temperature up slow enough and they'll stay in there. So that's kind of the situation we're in with cybercrime, I think. You're right that it's been building for a long time.
Yeah.
Ben, promise me the next time you come back, because one of the things that, and by the way, everything you guys have talked about has been spot on and on the money, but promise me when you come back, we'll talk about the reason why that you guys have expanded your partnerships is that you guys have become aware of the fact that there are so many more routes into the supply chain, that because all of these organizations that surround the supply chain all have cybersecurity issues. As we learned from the ELD, you can actually get in through people's back doors and figure out ways to actually mess with the supply chain in all sorts of different routes. You guys are trying to cut off every potential route into the supply chain. Is that fair?
Absolutely. That is exactly the point we're trying to drive home. You can put the best lock on the front door, but if you leave the back window open, there's still a way in.
That's a heck of a place to end it here. Ben Wilkins of the NMFTA. He is a cybersecurity expert extraordinaire, and he spearheads research initiatives and leads teams dedicated to developing cutting-edge cybersecurity technologies, methodologies, and strategies to safeguard information systems and network. We are always thrilled when he can make time for us. Ben, as always, thank you so much for being a part of the conversation.
Absolutely. Happy to be back on. Great to talk to you guys again.
Thank you, Ben.
It's really cool, by the way. Not only is he a volunteer for Next Gen Trucking, but he's the co-host of Rates and Lanes podcast. By the way, you can find him on the Instagram at Chuck Snow CEO. One word. Rates and Lanes, by the way, is available on the Tube of You, Facebook, Instagram, and the X, formerly known as Twitter. It's our absolute pleasure to bring the co-host of Rates and Lanes, Chuck Snow, and a real good friend of the show who has spent a lot of time yakking around tables with us, to Nemo Nation. Hey, Dave, tell Chuck good morning.
Hey, Chuck, good morning. Always a pleasure to have you with us on the program.
Pleasure is mine, gentlemen. I've been looking forward to this. Thank you for having me.
I was watching one of the Rates and Lanes episodes this weekend with you and Rico Muhammad, and you were talking with Andrew Stacy with Aviva Insurance. And one other thing, you guys were all kind of all over the place in terms of what was in the cabs. And I remember you talking about over in Europe, you see a lot of stuff, and you see guys with 8 or 9 different, I didn't even know there were 8 or 9 different GPS units just lined up on the dashboard of a truck. And I forget which one of you guys said it, but in Europe, the older guys have the GPS units, and the younger guys, like 99% of them, are watching movies as they're going down the road. And I'm thinking,
that's true.
Well, that's a good place to start a conversation.
It certainly is. My wife and I were there 3 years ago, shortly after we had sold our shares in Trafix. We had this, you have no idea, the burning desire to travel, because we hadn't done a whole lot of traveling, especially in the last 10 years. We were very busy working, and we had made a vow that we would be doing as much traveling as we could, and we really got our belly full. But anyways, we were over in Tuscany on a cooking tour, which is something we had always wanted to do. And they took us around on a bus part of the time between venues they had set up. And I was always on the right side of the bus so I could look at the truck drivers. And they all drive at 90 kilometers an hour. They're governed in Europe, as far as I know, all over, and which is 55 miles an hour. And it is true. The older truck drivers, they were all sitting there. About 90% of them had a cigarette in their mouth, which doesn't surprise me given the culture. Mm-hmm. But the younger ones, about 99% of them, were watching movies. I was dumbfounded, and I said to my wife, I said, when we come back here, I'm not renting a car ever again. I'm not, I don't want to drive with these people on the road.
Boy, oh boy, that is something. Wow.
Let me ask you something else in regards to other observations you made while out on the road, because I realized, by the way, if I was looking around and saw the majority of truck drivers under the age of 50 actually, watching HBO Max, I would probably be only focused on that in particular. What else did you notice, though, in regards to the difference in trucking culture, just from an observational standpoint while you were over there, Chuck?
Well, first of all, everything that we saw was Tridem trailer, single axle tractors, cabovers only. There's no conventionals. They serve wine at truck stops, and it's very common to see truck drivers sitting on their own, having their lunch, having a glass of wine with lunch. And I thought I was not comfortable with that either. And I had seen that before in Portugal many years ago.
Yeah, Chuck, usually I'm always about making an argument for the other side, being kind of a contrarian. But I got to tell you, on this one, I'm completely with you. I don't know how I would feel if I stopped by, like, rest areas in the United States of America and saw people enjoying a Miller High Life. I just,
Yeah.
I got to tell you, even if I knew it was their only one of the day, I would still be like, um, just let me know what your route is. Why? Because I'm probably going to just stay here until I figure that you've run the course of your route, or maybe I can take an exit and maybe take the back roads and kind of avoid that. Um, just a kind of final question about that. What do you think allows this to happen? I mean, what do you think is like spurring people to kind of allow this kind of culture to happen? I mean, do they have less accidents? To somehow, like the French drink 3 glasses of wine a day and still don't gain any weight? I mean, what's going on here?
I think they probably do have less accidents because laws are very stringent. They're so stringent there. You'll never see any truck ever doing above 55 miles an hour or 90 kilometers an hour. You just won't see it. So that's one of the reasons. And I think your car drivers in Europe, from what I've seen now, they are superior in every single way over North American drivers, except for one thing. I have never seen anybody use a turn signal in Europe.
Well, you know what? I think it's the same reason they don't do it in New Orleans, Chuck. I think the theory is, why is it your business what I'm doing? It's all it could be. I mean, that's the reality of it. I've always kind of thought that in New Orleans. It's like, if I put my blinker on, you're going to know that I'm coming over, and you're going to speed up and try and cut me off. I think that's part of the mentality over there. Okay, so I kind of wanted to pivot here for a second. And Dave, give me a pivot, Dave. Give me a little pivot. Just say pivot.
Pivot.
Okay, we're going to pivot here. And I was kind of wondering where your focus is these days. What are you looking at in particular? Where are your energies being spent? And, both, you with the podcast, but also what is capturing your interest in the supply chain right now?
Well, I spend an awful lot of time mentoring people in the industry because so many people on both sides of the border, they're at their wits' end trying to save their empires. And so many of them I hate to say it, but there's so many of them that can't be saved. And an awful lot of them, the only way they can be saved is they've got to cut back on the number of trucks they're operating. And it's painful when you're talking to these people and you have to give them the harsh reality that you either need to shut this thing down or you need to make it a much smaller operation than what you're running. Because you're losing so much money running 10 trucks. Let's see what it would look like if you ran 5 and you run a model, and more often than not, 5 trucks, they may even show a small profit. At least they're going to break even. Now, nobody should go to work to break even. That's insane. But we are, I think in the U.S., according to what I've been told, we may be at the bottom of the ride. And up here in Canada, we're nowhere near.
Let me ask you this, because you brought up the idea of mentorship, which, as you know, because of our segment here on this show, Education Station, is something that's very important to us. And I was kind of curious, when you function as a mentor, whether that person is an older business owner looking for new ways to go about doing things, or somebody just kind of onboarding themselves into the world of trucking. Let me ask you what your methodology is. How when somebody comes to you and says, Chuck, I'm stuck. Chuck, I need to get things rolling again, or Chuck, I need to make some tough decisions. How do you go about the process of onboarding a new mentee? How, like I said, I know you don't just force yourself on people. They've got to approach you, but what does that look like?
You know what? Somebody will call me. They'll say, listen, I've got a problem. And then we talk it through. And I will ask them, okay, what are you doing? How many trucks are you running? What lanes are you running? What are your empty miles? What are your costs? What are your labor costs? What's it costing you per mile? All these things. And a lot of times the problem stems from people not knowing their numbers. That's where the problem stems from.
Boy, that's an age-old problem too, isn't it, Chuck? It's amazing to me how many people have actually had a career and a business through their lifetimes and never really got that number down. I mean, it's really crazy. We've talked about this 30, 40 years ago.
Yes. I remember listening to you.
Well, that was you, huh?
Yes, it was. I guess I'm giving away my age. I was silly.
So Chuck, I'm going to ask you a little Trucking 101 here based on what Dave just said. And it goes back to my original question. And by the way, you did a great job of answering it in the first place. But okay, so somebody's not looking at their numbers. How does one start looking at their numbers? And of course, the response is you look at your numbers. But where, let's say you've been doing this and been kind of flying blind. And by the way, this is not an uncommon experience. There are men and women out there who are literally driving blind when it comes to the economics of their business.
More common than not common.
Yeah.
I'll tell you that right now. They are. We that is part of the problem with the entire industry. Is you have, and this isn't. I'm not broad brushing the entire industry, but we have so many operators out there that are operating under cost because they don't know their cost, and that is what is ruined the industry. Is because people are saying, well, you know what, I'll lose some money this week, but I'll make it next week, and at least I'll keep the trucks rolling. And you're better off sometimes to have that truck sit against the fence and go and find some better work for it than you are to take a cheap trip and lose a whole bunch of money doing that trip. And then all of a sudden you have a blowout on a front tire. Now all of a sudden you've got to replace both tires because you can't just put on one new front steering tire. These things happen all the time. This is the real world.
Okay, that's the follow-up then as well, too, because that seems like the hardest advice to give people. We always make the joke, if your wheels aren't turning, you're not earning, right? But,
no, that's not true.
But that's exactly what I'm getting at here, and that's one of those kind of, common sense axioms, idioms, that actually isn't true. And that, it goes back to Kenny Rogers' famous song, The Gambler, that so much of trucking is actually knowing when to hold them, right? Knowing when not to roll, despite the fact that you feel like you're not living that purpose-driven life. Sometimes you look at the number and you say, that number gets me nowhere except further in the red, correct?
Exactly. Years ago when I was working in dispatch on the brokerage side, and there would be carriers that would hold back their trucks on Friday afternoons in Chicago. You'd call them Friday morning. Have you got a truck in Chicago today? No, don't have one. And then at 5 p.m., all of a sudden trucks would miraculously appear. And the reason those trucks appeared was those guys were holding those trucks all day, and they knew if they waited till 4 or 5, they would take that risk. But if they waited till 4 or 5, instead of coming home from Chicago to Toronto for $800 or $900, they could get $1,500 because somebody would be desperate. And those are the people that made money.
Timing is everything.
Chuck, we're about out of time here. But I wanted to make one more quick question. Thanks for indulging us in our kind of ride through not only Europe, but of course the Canadian and the American borders as well too. Here, Chuck Snow joins us this morning. What are you reading right now? Where, along with your own podcast, which you have to do a lot of work in, a lot of with the Next Gen Trucking, those folks, mentoring people and all that. Where are you getting your news? What are you looking at these days? What are you honing in on that really has captured your attention?
Every business magazine, every business article I can read just to get an idea of what the temperature is in business. Various businesses that utilize the trucking industry, manufacturing.
Yeah, by the way, Chuck, I got my eye on housing so hard these days. I just keep looking at it until we start building houses again. We're going to keep on kind of limping along. Is that a fair assessment?
I totally agree.
Chuck Snow, by the way, anytime I get a chance to end a segment, Dave, with Chuck Snow saying I totally agree is a good day as far as I'm concerned. And I can't thank you enough, brother, for making time for us this morning. Chuck Snow is a regular contributor, by the way, to Nemo Nation, and we're always thrilled to have him stop in. You can find him on the gram of Insta at Chuck Snow CEO. He is the Rates and Lanes co-podcast host. You can find him on Facebook, Instagram, and X, and on YouTube. It's at Rates and Lanes. Chuck, thank you so much, brother.
Thank you. Take care, gentlemen.
Chuck Snow joined us this morning. Good to have him. We got a whole bunch of other folks coming your way. Our good friend Matt Beach is dropping in for the first time. Eugene Malero, Mike Roth, and a whole bunch of other folks coming at you on Nemo Nation.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
There are precious few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that make a tangible difference in the lives of professional drivers. So thank goodness for the St. Christopher Fund. Since 2008, over 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund when a medical issue took them out of work. The SCF steps in and pays necessary household expenses such as mortgage, rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. The SCF also provides free health and wellness programs for drivers. So find out how the SCF can help you, or help the SCF yourself. They'll turn your dollars and cents into that tangible difference for the professional drivers who need it most. Support our highway heroes with a donation at truckersfund.org.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASE certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
It's Nemo Nation, a show that moves as fast as American transportation. So buckle up, because here we go.
And here we go, where we are live at Transport. Well, wait, where are we?
Fastport.
That's it, Transport. I got distracted by a thing behind it. We're at Fastport Studios in good old NOLA with Jimmy Mack and Dave Nemo. Thank you for the help.
Transport, Fastport. Fastport, by the way, is providing America and the trucking industry with recruiting solutions, helping people onboard folks who have served this country amazingly. We are so thrilled to have them as an ongoing partner and can't thank them enough, from Brad Bentley to Dave Harrison to Miss Gina, all those great folks over there. They are providing recruiting solutions. They are providing, more importantly, helping people go from vet-friendly to vet-ready. You can find them at fastport.com or nationalapprenticeship.org. Dre, I got a first-time guest here. I wanted to give him a little bit of intro music that I feel kind of spits and fits the energy of the moment. So let's give a little roll-in introduction here. Take it away, would you? Matt Beach joins us this morning. He's the president of 10-4 Recruiting and a friend of this show, although it's his first appearance on this particular platform. Matt, how you doing, brother? Welcome aboard to Nemo Nation.
I'm just living your world, cuz, man. What's going on?
I'd like to introduce you to my good friend Dave Nemo. I know you've met him before over in Anniston, Alabama, but it's good to finally have you on this platform. How was your weekend?
It was great. Wonderful. Enjoyed the long weekend. Dave Nemo, you're handsome. I mean, if no one said it yet, just handsome. And then I think you mentioned Dave Harrison a while ago. Another handsome boy, mighty fine boy, going places. Love that crew. But yeah, no, it was a great weekend. How about y'all?
I can't complain, by the way. I don't root for LSU in the traditional way. When I know when they win, it means there's a lot less angry people around my house, so I root for them.
Yeah.
I root for them to keep the temperature down. So every time LSU wins, I just breathe this deep sigh of relief, and then Dre will come in and scream, "Go Tigers!" at some point. Go Tigers! See what I'm saying?
Yeah, well, I'm pretty excited. I'm coming to my first LSU football game this year. I'm not a South Carolina fan, but a friend of mine is, and he was like, "Hey, I got an extra ticket. Do you want to go?" I'm like, "Well, duh." So we're driving down to
Baton Rouge
for the football game, so I'm excited about it.
So you going to Baton Rouge?
I mean, I'm hoping that's where the stadium is. I mean, I don't know.
Well, I thought it might have been
Just
in
wherever
South
the stadium's
Carolina.
at. I mean,
No, he's
if-
making his
if
first
that's
trip to
a
LSU.
trivia question.
okay.
I'm going to have to ask for ChatGPT help there if that's where the stadium is.
Let
but
me
I'm
tell you
assuming, yes.
something else too, Matt. The amount of tigers, the amount of Bengal tigers that I know who absolutely rubbed in Clemson's face what a real Death Valley sounds like I mean, all of those players and all of those LSU fans were like, "You call this noise?" I don't know if you know this, but LSU is famous for actually creating a seismic earthquake in a football game against Auburn. Literally created an earthquake, 8.6 on the Richter scale.
See, I would love to compete that with the Tennessee Vols. Now, if you've never been to a volunteer stadium football game, and when it's packed, we're playing Georgia, which this weekend, Alabama or Florida, and it's a home game, it's deafening. So I know what you're talking about, but it is absolutely deafening, and I love it.
I actually sat as the guest of a friend in the Notre Dame section in the 90s when Tony Robinson took on the Fighting Irish almost single-handedly. That place was, even back then, loud and proud. I mean, it is it's a monster. It's electric. Yeah. It's a great atmosphere. And by the way, it's one of the few stadiums where along with the University of Washington, where you can go boat gating. Not tailgating, boat gating, right?
Oh yeah. Oh gosh, yes. Yeah, the boat, I may or may not have been on a couple of the yachts or the boat and been asked to leave immediately, but that's fine. I mean, things happen, but yeah, that's a whole different monster. It's a whole different level of, what do you want to call it, tailgating. It's phenomenal.
Oh yeah, and it takes real skill to be able to actually grill on a boat that's actually kind of bobbing and weaving. So it's kind of interesting. Okay, we have literally gone into the weeds here, actually into the water. Matt, by the way, is the president of 10-4 Recruiting. I also know, based on conversations you and I have had in the past, that you are really you like me have a deep obsession with how we're onboarding the next generation of drivers. And picking the right CDL school is something really important to you in regards to how we're going to get the next generation of people on the road so that you can fill and help people fill those seats. Talk about 10-4 Recruiting, and then let's pivot into finding the right CDL school.
Yeah, 10-4 Recruiting is simply just it's a third-party recruiting company. We have thousands upon thousands of truck drivers that we work with. And we have phenomenal clients, large carriers, small fleets that we also work with. And we help them find quality drivers based on their hiring qualifications and place those quality drivers with those carriers.
Now, how do you create those quality drivers? Where are they coming from, and how do you find them?
Well, now, we're not, in a sense, creating the quality driver. That goes back to the truck driving schools throughout the United States. One thing that I sit on the board of the CVTA, the Commercial Vehicle Training Association, and the schools that are underneath the CVTA are some of the top, if not the best, schools when it comes to, in the sense of actual CDL training. They have a specific number of hours that the student has to meet. They have a specific amount of hours behind the wheel they have to meet. They work with the FMCSA very closely to make sure all law, legislation, rules, and simple, the standards that are needed for someone to obtain their CDL, they hold those standards to a higher level. And so those are the individuals, and those are the type drivers that are willing to go, hey, I don't want to just hit a CDL mill. I don't want to just go and get my Class A license within 1 or 2 days. I want someone who's going to actually train me properly. And those are the drivers that carriers are looking for. Those are the ones that, especially when they're doing a verification of employment, which verification of employment also is part of your truck driving school history, or where you went and got your license, is part of that VOE on the DOT application. And so carriers look at that. There's some carriers that will only choose certain schools if the driver went through. They're saying, hey, you went through this particular school, great. You didn't go through this particular school, we know that is a CDL mill, we're not going to bring you on.
Yeah, and it's going to be an ongoing conversation. We're going to get you back on the show to kind of do a breakdown of what separates the CDL mill from an actual training institution. It's one of the big things when we do when we do our segment education station, we vet it through both the National Association of Public Funded Truck Driving Schools and CVTA. And I'm like, if you're not a member of either one of them, there better be something incredibly special about you.
Martin Garcia and them at the NAPFTDS, they're doing a phenomenal job as well. Absolutely love that organization.
Yeah, and they're going to be, and actually Martin's going to be making his first drop into the studio in just about a month or so. Really quickly, your 3 love languages are hunting, fishing, and trucking, and we're going to throw a little bourbon in there as well, right? What's your favorite bourbon right now? And then we got to get you out of here.
Anything that's brown, that counts.
Yeah, it does. It does. Anything that serves as a nickname for some old coot that sits on a porch is probably worth talking about. Guys, if you want to learn more about what Matt does, go to 10recruiting.com. Please check them out. Matt, promise me you'll come back for a long-form conversation. Dave, we've got a whole bunch of long-form conversations coming our way really soon. It's really cool.
Yeah, amen to that. Anytime you guys need me, appreciate everything y'all do for the trucking industry.
Thank you, Matt Beach. First time on the show, but longtime friend of this show, and just thrilled to have him. Thank you, Matt.
Thank you, Matt.
Well, of course, Matt Beach gives way to Eugene Malero, one of the reporters that we frequently turn to in our moments of crisis when we don't know what all the facts are. We got to separate the facts from the fiction, and we turn to Eugene Malero, who you guys know is the Crackerjack reporter over there at Transport Topics. Always thrilled to have him here. Hey, Eugene, welcome to Nemo Nation, you regular recurring contributor.
Jimmy, happy Monday. Great to be on.
Thank you, brother. And by the way, in case you guys haven't already figured out, he's a senior reporter and editor at Transport Topics. He covers Congress, elections, and federal agencies, all through the filter of the trucking industry. He co-authored From Rodeo to TDC, A History of the National Truck Driving Championships and National Step Van Driving Championships. Dave, tell Eugene good morning.
Good morning, Eugene. And also, I just want to mention, too, that Eugene is a professor of professional practice at George Mason University. Yeah. So we were just talking about truck driving schools, and you teach at a school of a different nature. But, just very quickly, Eugene, I was going to make this observation earlier and didn't. There's been a lot of talk now about the resurgence, possibly, or the reemergence, maybe, of trade schools, shop classes in high schools, that sort of thing that kind of went by the wayside because no matter who you were or what your grades were like, you just needed to go to college, and that was it. That's your plan. Forget about any other path to, success. There it is. Now, with all of the online offerings from brick and mortar schools, and then we also have online schools, you could go to truck driving school, get a CDL, start making a pretty good living, and get your college degree all at the same time. That may be the future in many cases for, schooling. What do you think?
That's actually a really good point. You have at the universities, especially state universities, are linking trade craft, and apprenticeships with the regular curriculum in order to broaden, life skills for, the undergrad classes. And then this is something that I actually really promote at my classrooms, in media and journalism, to have a really well-rounded education and perspective. And when you look at, what Congress is doing, Dave, they have an upcoming highway bill that they're working on for next year. They're, members of the transportation committees are looking to do just that. To enhance opportunities at the community colleges, at the state universities, at trade schools, vocational schools, in order to not only connect an individual with opportunities in the trucking industry, but also throughout the freight sector. So, all of the above. And then, there's a really big impetus for not only drivers, but also mechanics, technicians. So that is really going to be front and center as Congress looks to really put together this next highway bill, which will probably, if you listen to the congressional leadership, is something that they really plan to get done by this time next year.
And you've written about that and some other aspects of the budget coming up too in an article you wrote last week. The headline is "Deadline for Fiscal 2026 Bills Closing In on Congress." Thune presses Senate to schedule votes on Trump nominees. We are still trying to fill seats I forget, there was a number, I think like 33% of some of the departments are empty. 33% of positions in a lot of these departments are empty at this point still. How much of how big is that fly in the ointment?
The cabinet secretaries are really sounding the alarm that their agency administrators and the sub-agency leadership, so deputies and down under, that require a Senate confirmation, that those positions are really not being filled. And on Capitol Hill, the leadership of the Senate, John Thune, he's pointing to Democrats for obstructing votes. By that is the Democrats are taking really a series of procedural maneuvers to delay votes, to really call for a lot of more debate on nominees that at the committee level have gained bipartisan backing. The FMCSA nominee, for instance, had bipartisan support coming out of committee in July, and his nomination is still waiting a vote in the Senate. So the nominations is actually part of a three-piece equation that the Senate is working on right now. Congress is staring at a September 30th funding deadline. As we speak in real time, there isn't a piece of legislation being debated that would avert a shutdown by September 30th. And then in the Senate, you have the nominations, the funding bills, and Senator Thune wants to start debating the massive Pentagon bill, which takes several months to do. So all of that is a recipe for congressional gridlock when you listen to the observers. And as right now, we don't have yet to see a runway for opening votes for these nominations, which again, goes back to what the secretaries are saying. Secretary Sean Duffy at DOT, for instance, that they're saying in order to, run our railroads, no pun intended, that they need these sub-agency administrators.
And we're talking about less than a month away for the deadlines for this sort of thing. So here it is in September, and it feels like the end of the year almost. Because it's the end of the fiscal year.
Absolutely. The new fiscal year begins October 1st. For the past 15 or so years, Congress has made it a habit to wait to the possible last minute, sometimes literally the last possible minute, to pass legislation that would prevent a massive government shutdown. Right now, the politics of the moment are such that there is really just a high frequency of partisanship in both the House and Senate. When you look at the congressional calendar, Dave, even though we have till September 30th, technically Congress has about 12 legislative days, if you don't count today, to get a funding bill done before September 30th. The White House is coming in, really pressuring congressional Republicans to avert this shutdown, this looming shutdown. But the Democratic leadership, Chuck Schumer in the Senate, they're really getting a lot of pressure from his caucus to not work with Republicans due to the politics of the moment, some other social issues going on around the country, and from the White House. So as we speak, the people that I'm talking to, congressional observers and transportation experts, they're really raising the potential for experiencing some sort of a shutdown after September 30th.
Okay, so in other words, there looks like there's the possibility exists, and it's a pretty good, strong possibility that we're going to at least start that rigmarole of the threat of a shutdown. It's going to be headline news on all of the networks for a few days, and then somebody will pull it out of the fire at the last second. I mean, is that play going to hit the stage here again on schedule?
So you're right. In 2 weeks from now, this really will be headline news, really hitting you over the head at the cable news that a shutdown is looming and the September 30th is right around the corner. What I'm hearing from sources on the Hill and people who cover Congress and congressional observers here in Washington is that it really does seem that the Democrats are unlikely to collaborate with Republicans to give them the necessary votes, especially in the Senate, to get a funding bill out the door. So right now, you have even some agencies preparing for some sort of a short-term shutdown that could be 2 weeks, 3 weeks. The strategy being for the Democrats to, during a shutdown, get the political arena and the attention so they can sound their issues, etc. Of course, shutdowns, have the potential of what in previous shutdowns that we've seen, especially during Trump's first term, that the public blamed everybody, all of Congress, for the shutdown. It wasn't just specific to the White House and to Republicans. So there's a lot of politics here at play, but that's a long answer, Dave, to just tell you that what I'm hearing is that Washington is preparing for some sort of a 2-3 weekish shutdown, past September 30th.
If that shutdown does occur, you can bet your bottom dollar that Eugene Malera will be back here to explain the ins, outs, and maybe the exit ramps of it. He is doing the good work over at Transport Topics, covering, as you guys have probably gleaned from this conversation, Congress, elections, and federal agencies, particularly as they apply to the transportation industry. He has worked at E&E News, CQ Roll Call, and the Arizona Republic, and as Dave mentioned, a professor of practice at George Mason University, and we like to think a friend of this show. Eugene, thank you so much, brother.
Got it. Thank you.
Nemo Nation continues. Phone Master Dre, let's get that next guest in here with a little bit of bells and whistles. And of course, it means our next guest is here. Dave, would you care to do the honors and introduce our next guest? A regular recurring segment here on Nemo Nation.
Yes, indeed. Mike Roth is with us. He, of course, is the executive director of NACFE, the North American Council on Freight Efficiency. And of course, the Run On Less program is about to have its main event this month as we work our way towards the 13 fleets doing their things. And, of course, been following that for this year. And, Mike, good morning, and always great to have you with us. Where are you right now?
Hey, I'm in Indianapolis. I'm at FTR, the forecasting organization, and we're talking all things trucking and business and forecasting and over the next few days. And, guys, this is day one of Run On Less, so It is on. We're at it. The metrics are starting to populate where each fleet is sending us data about where they're located, where they've driven, how many miles, what speeds they're operating, where they've stopped for fuel or electric charging or hydrogen fueling. It's exciting. Now, if you look at the results page, I think we call it the metrics page right now, it looks a little funky as the whole dashboard starting to populate with this data, but later today, it'll become clear what all these trucks are doing, and then we'll keep it up for the next 18 consecutive days.
Fantastic. That is fantastic. You wrote a piece in Fleet Owner. The headline was, "It's time to reevaluate your powertrain choices." It was a great article. And I was just wondering, how is that resonating? Now, this is day one of the actual run on less, if you will. But you've been talking about this for a long time. The whole messy middle scenario was set up, beautiful way to frame all of that, because it's in the middle and it is messy. So there you have that. Are fleets starting to change their minds a little bit at this point already? Are you seeing any trending towards, well, yeah, it may not be hydrogen, but it might be renewable diesel or something else, or battery, just plug in recharging? Are fleets, how much of an effect is the Run on Less initiative actually starting to see already?
Well, let me be real blunt with you. I got a couple of notes saying, Mike, what are you talking about? I'm just struggling to stay in business right now. I can't think about alternative fuels. I can't think about anything other than just surviving this low freight time and some of these challenging situations, let alone what you're talking about. So I get that. But we are including, diesel truck efficiency. So when it comes to, just rethink your tire purchases, rethink your idling, or even your speed. If you slow the trucks down, you can save money and save emissions and be in the game of decarbonization maybe. So, I meant what I said, and I timed it, now, because I do think you can't just go to battery electric trucks overnight. You can't even make significant spec changes, or even what I'm talking about with lowering speeds. I mean, you got drivers to talk about. You need to think through your whole freight system. Where might you then, if you slow down, where might you have difficulty getting the routes and to the docks in time to satisfy your customers? So all this takes time. So we just think that time has run out to not pay attention to this. I mean, I know that's a double negative, but it's time to rethink what you're doing, even if it's working on efficiency as well as some of these other drop-in fuels or natural gas. They're all emerging as real solutions. And, I think over the next 18 days, we're going to see these fleets do the best they can with the technology. Some of them are still pretty new. You mentioned hydrogen, still pretty new and won't show what I think we'll see hydrogen do in the next, 3 to 5 to 10 years. But you got to start somewhere. And so that's why I was kind of urgent in that fleet owner piece last week. Good question.
Well, it is urgent because, in a sense, like you say, you can't just go to hydrogen overnight. And so if something has to happen tomorrow, yeah, that's urgent. But actually, the tomorrow might be 2 years from now. You have to start planning this far out for that. So there is an urgency here in terms of, if I don't start it now, I'm not going to be where I need to be when I need to be there. I know.
Yeah. Right. And besides the economics that I mentioned, the regulations are diminishing or moving out for some of these technologies. So again, that's why I put out the notice about, it's urgent to rethink it, because there are, some realities out there that make you think, okay, well, I don't need to worry about that just yet. I can just hunker down with what I've been doing. And I just don't think that's a good business strategy for nearly all fleets out there.
Indeed. All right. So you're in Indianapolis. Where's your next stop?
Yeah, I'm going to the Carolinas for 10 days. So ultimately to TMC in Raleigh, but also to meet with some other trucking fleets and maybe see a beach for a little bit of time, guys. But all of that will be done during the run. I mean, we spent all weekend making sure that the dashboards would populate well, and I'm very confident today, tomorrow, the next day. We've got a couple trucks that are down with some odd issues, but we'll all's go for them to be up and running after today. Typical trucking, right? I mean, you just can't expect. And actually, the two issues that we have this morning have nothing to do with the powertrains. One's a brake problem, and another one is simply another device unrelated completely to the battery packs or to the natural gas systems or to the engines. Murphy gets to trucking just like it does the rest of our lives. But that's one of the reasons we do 18 days. So there's plenty of time here. But I'd encourage everybody listening or seeing this to, go on to runonless.com. And, the profiles have lots of good information about the fleets and what they're operating. But the metrics is a place where you can actually see what they're doing real time. And most people, when they go to that metrics page, they are shocked what we're showing there. They expect to just be, see a lot of hand waving and high level stuff. But this is a lot of detailed data that will really help the industry, I think.
Awesome. Well, congratulations on the kickoff here of the 18 days. And the website again is runonless.com. Mike Roth, as always, thank you so much. He heads up NACFE, the North American Council on Freight Efficiency. Well, we're going to have a visitor right here in the studio in just a moment. Renee Amar is going to be joining us. She heads up the LMTA, the Louisiana Motor Transport Association. Got a lot of stuff to talk about. Okay, you've heard the horror stories of how folks have lost their life savings when the market tanks. Is there a way to invest and make money without risk? Believe it or not, yes. Since 1995, Americans who cannot afford to lose their investments have used fixed index annuities. You get guaranteed income and protection from market downturns. It's a win-win for you and your future. To learn more, dial pound 250. Use the keyword Truckers Wealth to get in touch with them today.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
Get $25 off on your next preventive maintenance service. Stop by TA Truck Service and save when you choose Castrol oil and a Fleet Guard oil filter. Now through September 30, 2025. Enjoy premium performance with trusted brands. Castrol, protection for the long haul guaranteed. Fleet Guard, run cleaner longer with filtration science. Our ASC certified technicians are ready to deliver expert preventive maintenance and more. TA Truck Service, Castrol, Fleet Guard, your partners in preventive maintenance.
We're back on Nemo Nation with another fast-paced Fastport Studios half hour.
Woo! With Dave Nemo himself at the Fastport Studios.
Me.
I'm sorry, I do
didn't
that.
see you over there.
I'm hiding behind the screen. Take it away, Dave.
Goodness gracious, Nemo Nation on the road and on the internet. We are on the continent. We thought we were swimming for another island when we left satellite radio, and we found out it wasn't an island, it was a continent. And on that continent is Renee Amar, who is, of course, the chief cook and bottle washer probably at Louis. Ain't that always the way?
It certainly is.
The bigger the title, the more work there is behind the scenes.
That's exactly it, yeah.
So how long have you been doing that?
I have been with the truckers now for about 5 years.
Yeah.
Yep.
You've been with us 3 or 4 times over the last 5 years.
I have. One of the last times I was on with you was talking about the toll over the Lake Charles Bridge.
That is correct. Yeah. Well, you came in from Baton Rouge to join us here in the Fastport studio.
Yes, I did. It was a relatively easy drive in, which I can't always say when I come from Baton Rouge to New Orleans, but today the traffic guides were smiling down upon me.
Fantastic. Yeah, this is a real historic location. Trucking Radio with Charlie Douglas and the Road Gang started about 11 blocks away on North Rampart Street.
Okay.
Right across from the Municipal Auditorium, if you can picture that at all.
Yeah.
Right at the French Quarter.
Yep.
And then here we are. There are several different names for this little neighborhood right here. So I'm just going to call it Esplanade Avenue.
It's a fantastic neighborhood,
It
too.
really is.
With all the tree-lined streets. I love it.
And this is where Edgar Degas did some painting.
Yes, he did. And I actually love his paintings, which is
Yeah.
ironic. So I was here at this house earlier this year scouting out a new venue for our seafood gala that we're going to move back to New Orleans.
Yeah, fantastic.
So, yeah, it's a phenomenal house.
Can I get invited?
Absolutely.
You heard that, Andre?
Got it, locked and loaded.
Verified, trust and verified.
Oh, goodness, fantastic.
Confirmed.
Fantastic. LMTA goes back to 19. It's so weird. The worst time to start something is like a depression. So some of the biggest trucking, J.B. Hunt, Martin, Schneider, they all start during the Depression, like the worst possible time. Most of the trucking associations around the country started in the 1930s.
I've never really thought about that aspect of it, Dave. Yeah, that's very interesting, right? But a lot of times when things are hard economically, similar to what we've experienced over the last year, I know some of my truckers have had a hard time just because of the way the nation's economy has been moving. That's usually the time when you really do need an advocate.
One of the things that and it came up this morning, it comes up whether you want it to or not, and we're not going to go here, but one of the recurring things in trucking that hits us every day is parking.
Yes.
Because parking is at the core. It's the crux of several different branches of safety concerns.
Yep.
Sleep.
Yep.
You can't sleep if you're not parked.
That's right.
You can't sleep if you are parked, but you're afraid somebody's going to kill you.
Yep.
Which has happened, which is one of the reasons we're talking about parking. So you have all of that going on, and we can continue with parking.
Yep.
From your point of view, though, here in Louisiana at least, living next door to Mississippi, which is interesting because we're going to talk about insurance a little bit here.
Yep.
Insurance is the crux of so many problems in trucking, but they seem to be more problematic here in Louisiana than some of the other states.
Absolutely. I often tell people when they ask me what my top 3 issues are for my members, it's insurance, and then we have insurance, and then thirdly, we have insurance.
Of all things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's gotten to the point where it has made it difficult for my smaller truckers, especially to operate. If you have 5, 6, 7 trucks and you have to go out on the market and buy insurance. I get the phone calls when they're probably about a month away from renewal from members and non-members just because my cell phone is on the interwebs and available for everyone. And they can't afford their renewals. They're exponentially increasing year over year. It's scary.
This is not so much on a personal note, but it did happened to us. We had a long time relationship with an insurance at home, personal car insurance. And we were told, our broker said, well, got a couple of other insurance companies for you because the one you do business with is no longer writing in Louisiana.
Yep.
So that's trouble for regular folks, four-wheelers.
Correct.
So we got another company and all of that, so we have insurance. But in trucking, there is a lot more to those that number 18 than meets the eye, so to speak, in terms of insurance. And I have some bills here in Louisiana that I printed out because these are some of your main concerns. But can we start with the governor?
Yeah.
In terms of your statement about the promise to sign the Senate Bill 111.
Yeah.
Kind of walk through that with us.
And Dave, if you don't mind, I wouldn't mind going back
just
a little bit,
please. Yeah.
Just to go a little higher level,
Sure.
because I think it's hard for regular folks to understand sometimes. Why are 18-wheelers on billboards? Why are 18-wheelers targeted as far as lawsuits are concerned? And I don't think people fully embrace and can understand the fact that you and I have insurance on our car. It's probably $15,000, $30,000, maybe $25,000 or $50,000, right? We get these policies, they're usually like 15, 30, 15, 25, 50, 25. That is an expression of the limits on our insurance policy. $25,000, $50,000, $30,000, right? So if an attorney is going to target a car policy for something, they typically are going to make 30 to 40% off of whatever limit they can get from the court system. And so you can do the math in your head, right, to figure out $25,000, what 30 or 40% of that looks like. The reason that truckers are ultimately the target, and while we're on billboards across the state, is because our minimum limit for any particular truck just to get on the road is $750,000, right? If you carry hazmat, which obviously is hazardous materials in the state of Louisiana, they oddly define it. So things that may not even really be hazardous, the government considers hazardous. Those trucks are carrying about $5 million worth of insurance. And so if I'm a lawyer that does that type of work, you could easily see why we are the targets on the road, because 40% or 30% of $1 million is a heck of a lot more than it is of $50,000. And so I just like the, regular citizens and the general public to understand that this is the reason that we're the target. It's just because we have really big insurance limits.
And I don't want to go too far off in the. You've put us in the weeds, and we'll go way into. No. I'm going to go way into the field just for a moment, because there's another added thing to that. About 3, 4, 5 years ago, there was a move in Congress to raise that from the 750,000 to make that like I think it was 4.2 million was the first figure that came out, and then it got adjusted and everything. But to go from under $1 million to just over 4 million, wow!
Can you imagine?
And then, as it turned out, there was a lot of collusion, I guess, between one of the senators that brought this up was an actual trial lawyer himself. But
shocker.
Yeah. But all of that. So, but to your point, whoa! If they're getting 40% of 750, 40% of 4 million. Now we're talking real money here. Let's really go after these trucks. So there is the law of unintended consequences plays its hand here.
That's exactly it. My members often talk about 10 or 15 years ago. It's just part of our culture in the state now. It's so ingrained, but they used to, maybe ding someone's mirror in a parking lot. These truckers will get out and they'll, go to the person and say, hey, sorry, I hit your car. Can I write you a check, replace your mirror, move on about their business? Might cost them $500 or $1,000. That same exact incident now, there's a lawsuit filed, and we have these things that we'll talk about in a little bit called bodily injury claims, where they have soft tissue damage, and I'm using air quotes for people who can't see. And so what used to be a $600 check they would write might be a $60,000 claim on their insurance now. And so that's what people really need to understand about the problem, is that all these things that are being filed against the insurance companies, those insurance companies, the lizard and the cavemen and all them, and in the trucking community, we have different ones, right? We don't always have your run-of-the-mill like we have State Farm. But what happens is that once that insurance company has paid out so many of those claims and they can't really make money in the state of Louisiana anymore, we go back to your issue that you said just a few minutes ago. They'll just close up shop and they don't have to write here. And so Dave Nemo is left without insurance when he's been with this company for maybe 15 or 20 years. He now has to go out and shop and hope to find another company before, or you end up with our state's Citizens, which is our insurance of last resort. Yes.
Or go to Mississippi.
I cannot lie to you. That has definitely been what some of our truckers have done.
There's a reason they're going to Mississippi.
That's exactly it. they may not be safer drivers in the state of Mississippi, but their insurance is about half. So if I have a small trucker here, his one truck is going to cost him $15,000 in the state of Louisiana for his premium. He can take that same exact truck with the same exact driver, and that premium in Mississippi will be cut in half, about $7,500. So you're committing malpractice if you're a business owner and you're not trying to find your cheapest rates.
Yeah, that is amazing. That's a geographical conundrum for us here in Louisiana.
For sure.
But overall, and you talk to all of the other folks at all of the other associations around the country. Are we unique here in Louisiana in terms of how bad it is? It's egregious here. How egregious is it in Iowa, Nebraska, North Carolina, Oregon? What are other folks around the country telling you about their situations? Yeah.
And what's scary to me is that we are relatively unique, especially when it comes to our commercial insurance. Obviously, we are in Hurricane Alley. We have catastrophes. We flooded at our home in 2016. And so we understand that there are, weather issues that are going to happen in Louisiana. You can't really control that, right? But when it comes to our court system and litigation, we are absolutely an outlier. And just as you mentioned, Mississippi, you can cross the state line to Mississippi. You can do that in Texas, Arkansas, Alabama, any of the very close surrounding states, and you'll find a lot cheaper insurance. And largely that is due to the litigation environment. And so we even have higher litigation issues in the state of Louisiana than the entire state of New York.
Wow.
So we always love to point to the coast, right? The West Coast and the East Coast, and say, we don't want to be like California or New York. But in this instance, it's pretty bad when Louisiana is worse than those states. Yeah.
Well, we are a coast.
Yeah, no, we are a coast, absolutely. Just an absolute different part of the coast, right?
Can't coast
the Gulf of America, that's right.
I have some bills here in Louisiana that I thought I just kind of throw you the number. No, I won't do that. Well, I will. House Bill number 450. And I did not know what this meant, the Housley presumption.
Correct.
I don't know if that sounds like the name of a new series on Apple TV or what. The Housley presumption. The Housley presumption is I'm going to read this.
Yeah.
It's a legal doctrine that currently assumes that injuries from accidents are caused by the accident itself, placing the burden of proof on the defense to disprove the fact that the accident caused the injury. The bill seeks to shift this burden back to the plaintiffs, requiring them to prove that their injuries were indeed caused by the accident. House Bill 450.
Crazy, huh?
Yeah, the Housley presumption.
And so I would love to mention the fact that over the last couple of years, we've got this new crop of lawmakers that have shown up to the state capitol. And proudly, I can say the truckers were very involved in a lot of elections a couple of years ago. And they started 2 years ago in earnest to bring bills that they felt like Louisiana is an outlier. And then eventually, if we have time, we can get around to the bills that the governor, he vetoed a bill last year and he vetoed a bill this year. But they brought bills that they thought were common sense. Is Louisiana an outlier? Or there are 35 states doing certain things that Louisiana is not doing? Well, lo and behold, Housley is one of those issues where in 49 other states, this presumption does not exist. If you get in a wreck, whether it's a car wreck or a truck wreck, it should not be presumed that your injury is from that wreck. And pretty much simply, that is what that bill boils down to. And if you make this statement to a regular person, Joe Q citizen on the road is what I usually like to call him, and you tell them that in Louisiana, our court systems presume that your injuries are from this wreck, I think normal people would tell you that seems nonsensical, right? And so we had to pass a bill, in fact, 2 years in a row, to overturn this presumption that the courts have made. And so the Housley presumption, thankfully, was passed this year, signed into law by the governor, and we don't have to be an outlier any longer in the state of Louisiana, thank goodness.
Well, we're going to keep our parishes.
Yeah. Of course we are, with our rich Catholic history, yes. I love when people call us counties, yes. I have to remind them all the time, yes.
So House Bill 450 is passed, and that's good news.
That's exactly it.
For the trucking
Yes,
industry.
it is.
Okay.
Yep.
Then we have House Bill 434, and that is the no pay, no play law.
Yep. And so, and I can tell you the other side of this as well. So I think most of us, again, just common sense, feel like if you don't purchase insurance and you get in a wreck, you shouldn't be able to recover from the other person's insurance, right? Because that's exactly what's going to happen. And so we used to have a no pay, no play provision on the books, but it was it had a limit of $15,000. And obviously over the years, those limits, at times can be eroded. And so essentially what they did was raise that limit up to $100,000. And so after $100,000, you can recover, but you've got to get up to that kind of high water mark. If you ask my trucking company owners or my truckers, they'll tell you if you don't have insurance, you shouldn't be able to recover, period. But as often we have heard, there is sausage being made at the Capitol, and nobody wants to see how the sausage is being made, right? And so that was one of those bills where there had to be compromise on it in order to get it over the finish line. But essentially, that's what it boils down to. We, again, looked across other states and said, what are other states doing? There are absolute bars from recovery in other states, but I think the state of Louisiana felt like this would just be a good compromise.
Got it. And that went into effect last month.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, some of these laws, and I would be lying if I told you specifically which ones, some of them had provisions where they went into effect over the last month, and then some won't go into effect until January of next year. So these probably, what we were really trying to do, Dave, was make Louisiana, at least as far as our litigation environment goes, look somewhat similar to other states, in the hopes that insurance companies would look at us and say, I want to go down and take on the risk in Louisiana because maybe I don't feel as exposed anymore. And so that was our mindset going into last year's session and this year's session. How can we make Louisiana's legal climate, our litigation environment, look a little more similar to Texas and Mississippi's?
Yes, because there's an ancillary situation that is gaining momentum, and that's the ports again.
Yep.
So there's going to be a lot more opportunity for trucking here in the fairly near future.
Yep.
That we need to pave the way for.
And I'm sure you've heard over the last couple of years all the competition we've had with the Mobile port.
Oh, yeah.
And so just so people don't understand, we love our rich culture in Louisiana. We love being called parishes. There's so much about our state that we love. But when it comes to the business environment, you really don't want to be a sore thumb that sticks out. When you have a powerhouse like Texas, which I always say is really its own country, right? Sitting right next to you.
I think that too, by the way.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. Everything's bigger in Texas. How many times do we have to hear it? My parents were from Texas. And so, but I often hear from my truckers about the fact that they're helping to build plants in Texas. So they might be housed or headquartered in the state of Louisiana, but they are literally picking up loads and taking those loads to Texas because Texas is growing economically, which means all their people have really good jobs. And that means that they're contributing to the economy, right? And so that goes for the ports, it goes for the oil and gas industry. You know, we're really just the middle guy for all those industries.
Got a couple more bills I want to talk about. You mentioned that one will go into effect, and that's the one about cameras. But I'm going to save that till last.
Yep. Okay. Okay.
The other one, and boy, this is, really hot topic now, and that is unauthorized aliens.
Yep.
So we have a new rule about prohibiting recovery of certain damages by unauthorized aliens. That is House Bill 436.
Yep.
It does include pain and suffering and some other non-economic losses, but if you are a unauthorized alien, you will not be allowed to recover for other special damages. Such damages include medical bills, lost wages, property damage, things like that.
Yeah.
So that is in effect now.
Yeah, and this just very similar to the last bill of no pay, no play. I think there's a sense of fairness that everyday citizens walking on the street, just going to work every day, doing their job, views things through that lens, right? And I think this is one of those. Just as if you don't purchase car insurance to be able to be a part of that market, if you are an illegal alien and you've come into this country not by legal means, you're not trying to do anything legally, how are you benefiting from our system? How are you benefiting from my insurance? There was a lot of discussion on this bill during session. It actually kind of surprised me. The modified comparative fault bill, which is a major shift in the way we think about litigation, I thought was going to be the most difficult bill for us to get out of Senate. This bill actually caused the most debate, which was interesting on the Senate floor. Ultimately, we were able to get it passed. But yeah, absolutely. Truckers believe that we need, and especially for truckers, I always think about how heavily regulated the trucking industry is by the FMCSA. And for people who don't know, we have thousands of regulations on us. And the more regulations, the more the trial bar loves it, right? Because it makes these areas real gray and confusing. Yeah, it makes it easier to sue us. But we do our dead level best on a daily basis to get on the roads every day and be safe. We just want to come home at night and put our head back on our pillow and be with our family, right? And so if we have to operate safely and legally, we think everybody else on the roadway should be doing the same thing.
Exactly. Which brings us to the cameras.
Yes.
Which will prove everything beyond a shadow of a doubt.
Yes.
This coming January 1st, 2026, House Bill 549 goes into effect, and that would offer a discount.
Yep.
Doesn't require cameras in trucks.
Correct.
And I know there was a little bit of confusion about that.
Yes.
No, this does not require anything, but it does give insurance companies an opportunity to discount your premiums if you have an inward-facing camera.
Yep.
Or is that an outward-facing?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. And what I know about the camera market is that it's gotten to the point in Louisiana, especially with the insurance companies, that essentially if you want a policy with Dave's insurance company, Dave has pretty much been requiring that we install cameras in our trucks. So I think you're going to find very few and far between a trucker that does not have cameras in his truck, whether they're outward or inward. And mostly it's because of these accidents, right? You can literally turn on a camera. I see the videos all the time. People send them to me, disprove or prove those staged accidents that really started here in New Orleans on New Orleans East.
And Jimmy Mack really covered that for a couple of years.
Yeah.
He was in on that. Yeah.
And one of the ways that they finally got to the bottom of that issue was because of the cameras that truckers had on their trucks. You could literally see people pulling up on the side of them and what we call brake checking them, right? Doing a hard stop right in front of a truck that wasn't even necessarily going real fast. And so, yeah, it's cameras in trucks is a really big deal. I encourage every single trucker on the road to absolutely have cameras installed. Protect yourself.
The truth is the truth.
That's right.
Wow. Thank you for a lot of truth here. And I got to tell you, folks, I got notes over here. I showed her my notes. Renee knew all of this. She knew 436 before I even said the number. So, wow. I don't know if you want to know that much about insurance.
Correct. Yeah. Or the bill system or the legislature, right? Exactly.
You. Well, can't thank you how thrilled we are to have you here in person. Thank you so much for coming and visiting.
Delightful. Thank you so much, Dave. We appreciate everything you do for truckers.
Renee Amar, and of course, she heads up the LMTI. I still love the old-fashioned names, too. The Louisiana Motor Truck Association.
That's right.
And you are always welcome.
Thank you so
You know Castrol for passenger car oil and racing, but did you know that they're in the heavy-duty over-the-road market? Well, Castrol CRB Multi 15W40 and Vecton Long Drain 10W30 are now available at TA Truck Service Centers nationwide. This is the partnership in preventive maintenance. TA Truck Service and Castrol, offering you premium products and performance at great price points every day. Castrol, performance for the long haul, guaranteed.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASE certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
Going once, going twice, sold, and welcome to the post-trip payload perspective with Purple Wave Auction. A chance for Dave and Don to talk market conditions, economic factors, and top challenges. Ultimately, it's about getting the perspective of when to trade and when to maintain. So grab a cup, settle in, and see what's on the auction block. All of it brought to you by purplewave.com.
Hey guys, as you heard, the segment is brought to you by Purple Wave. Purple Wave Auction is a trusted, non-reserve equipment marketplace. Bi-weekly construction auctions provide countless opportunities to locate the perfect asset to make your job easier. All equipment sells to the highest bidder, regardless of price. Transparent lists allow you to bid with confidence. PurpleWave.com. They're straight, simple, sold. And now I turn this over to our good friend Dave Nemo. Hey, Dave.
Hey, good morning again, everybody. And speaking about friends, we met a new friend a few weeks ago, and we're going to bring him on the show right now. And I'm talking about Don Nash. Don is the regional sales manager for the mid-Atlantic states for Purple Wave Auctions. And hey, Don, good morning.
Good morning, Dave. How are you guys doing this morning?
Oh, doing real good, We have been talking about truck insurance and dash cams and legislation and you name it. So we're going to talk about some other things here this morning with you that might be a little bit unusual for folks, because if you own a truck, you've pretty much bought a truck, but maybe you've never bought a truck the way they sell trucks at Purple Wave, and we're going to talk about that. a little bit, and we're going to talk about the conditions of the market right now for trucks and trailers, some of the trending, what's hot, what's not, what's moving fast, what are some of the other factors that you have to take care of and understand throughout the process. Well, we can't do all that at once, so we're going to kind of take it in bites and make it so that almost making it like an ongoing webinar, I guess, Don, because we have so many bases to cover that a lot of folks may not have even considered before. It's kind of a unique experience, the whole idea of the auction world.
Yes, it is. It's well, I would say it's a unique experience to most, but to the trucking industry, maybe not so much. I mean, the trucking industry itself has bought and sold trucks through the auction process for decades and decades and decades. I've been fortunate to be part of that for probably the last couple of decades or so. And as you said, I work here at purplewave.com, and where our truck auctions are like none other. I mean, they're entirely online, as you had said. And we sell as is, where is. So those assets do not have to travel to get sold. We come to you and do that. But as far as the uniqueness of it, I think that is probably what is the more unique factor versus pretty much other traditional auctions where you need to move your assets to get those sold. We'll come to you and get those assets signed up and get them online and get them sold at purplewave.com.
Got it. I would imagine that if folks are hearing us right now, they got to know what purple. Where does purple come from? Where does that fit into it? But there's a great story there, and it makes all the sense in the world, doesn't it?
Well, there's a couple of those. So yeah, purplewave.com. They talk about unique, right? There's everything else is called such and such auctions or something like that. But Purple Wave comes from our home base. Our home base is in Manhattan, Kansas, and that's K-State, Kansas State University. Our founder, Mr. Aaron McKee, and his wife, who's our chief operations officer, are both graduates of Kansas State. And I guess I can go ahead and allude to the story a little bit, though, this public facing about the name. And for us, that, Aaron McKee, the founder, has always been an entrepreneur. He's just a fantastic mind that never stops. And so back in college, him and a fraternity brother, I believe, got a hold of a bus. I believe they bought it at auction, as a matter of fact. And the story goes that they, made it into a flatbed or cut the back of it off and put 2 hot tubs on the back and painted it purple. And that got leased out to fraternities and sororities on the weekends, and as the Purple Wave mobile or Purple Wave bus. And so that's kind of the first foray in it, and that name has stuck ever since. And so that's where it comes from, the Purple Wave, and of course purple itself being the color for Kansas State University.
Yes, and one of the things too, before we move on, most schools, well, all the schools I've ever been to had 2 colors, purple and gold or blue and white or something like that. Kansas State just has the one color, the royal purple.
Yes, sir. If we could paint the rest of the world purple, we're fine with that color. So we don't need to corrupt it. So it's a great color for us. And if you ever spend any time in central Kansas, you would come to know it and love it too. It's besides the green fields that are out there for most of the agricultural stuff, it's the rest of it's purple. So
one of the things that I mentioned a little bit earlier was that we were going to talk a little bit about the time to buy a truck. And I mentioned earlier that some of the biggest names in trucking were started during the worst possible time to start anything, and that was like during the Great Depression of the 1930s,
That's right.
Those companies are still around. So I would imagine that the time to buy a truck is when you need a truck.
And that need is pretty much all the time. I know we've got fluctuations in the market. It's very cyclic. Everybody that listens to your program and has listened to your program for decades understands that the transportation and long haul market is very cyclic, and we are in the kind of the bottom end of one right now, probably coming out of it over the next 6 to 12 months, at least what I can see and what a lot of the analysts are looking at are saying. And but yeah, you're exactly right. The time to buy a truck is, well, when you need a truck, and about 85% of everything that comes to you on a daily basis, from the shirt on your back to the shoes on your feet to the food that you eat, came on the back of a truck, usually within about 2 weeks time from you using it or buying it. So it's a huge industry, as everyone knows. And there's not really a set best time to buy a truck during the year or market conditions and stuff like that. Again, it is really just about when you need it. And there are some rules of the road, pun intended, about what you should and what you shouldn't be spending, obviously, on some of the trucks that are out there. I mean, everybody during pandemic time, there was a lot of movement in the trucking industry, and a lot of people were making a lot of money. And of course, the availability of the equipment was anemic, to say the least, because of all the issues associated with COVID. So those costs of operation went up with the trucks and all the equipment. However, so did the rates, and so they kind of balanced themselves out to a little bit. But then you come on the backside of it again, cyclic industry. We're towards the trailing end of it right at the moment, and that has caused a lot of the collapse in those values in trucks and stuff like that. So it's always best just to kind of pay attention to what you're looking at in the market. Make sure you're looking at the right truck for your needs. If you're buying new, great, get the best deal you can find. Used is a really good option. And then the way to do that is really to make sure that you're understanding what that truck is. And a good example is purplewave.com. From pricing, you can log on there and you can check current pricing for used trucks through a results model, as well as go on and look at the specs. Most of our trucks that we have up for sale have anywhere from 80 to 100 photographs plus videos, functionality tests, etc. So you can really feel confident about that truck that you're looking at. That's online as well. That's another topic of the moment. Uniqueness to us versus most of everybody else that's in that same space is that we actually provide the owner's contact information on the listing page. So if you have any additional questions, we encourage you to reach out and contact that owner and have those questions. Or if you're close enough to that piece of equipment and you feel like you need to, go by and take a look at it. So but that's some of the, I guess, best advice about when to buy a truck. Not an exact time when you need it, but just be mindful about what you need it for. And then, of course, all the financing and money issues that are associated behind that. So,
indeed, the economic factors that affect the industry right now, of course. So we just talked to Renee Amar, who heads up the Louisiana Motor Truck Association, and the cost.
What a great name!
Yeah, the cost of insurance is crippling a lot of trucking companies here in Louisiana. And some folks are moving to Mississippi, who has the lowest commercial insurance rates in the country. So location, No doubt. So we have a lot of stuff going on that really doesn't have much to do with the trucks themselves, if that makes sense. A lot of decision making about getting a truck, it doesn't have anything to do with the truck, as you well know. All of those contributing factors. Are there some contributing factors right now that maybe weren't here 6 months ago?
Yeah, two large ones, as a matter of fact. We've got one that's playing out in the courts right now. Maybe many of the listeners right now understand that the Department of Justice issued out a cease and desist order nationwide on California Air Resources Board laws. It's been kind of in governance for most of the country. About 37 states, I think, something like that, adopted that since about 2012. So the feds put a cease and desist into that, as well as interjecting themselves into a lot of the cases that are standing on those in the courts, as well as whether it's amicus briefs or the like. And the cease and desist is to reverse what California's Air Resources Board law was on the emissions on it. And of course, that has spawned a lot of other lawsuits that's come into effect from the OEMs. They're looking for clearance and for clarity on that, and that's really put a kind of a monkey wrench into the entire truck market as it is, because we had a guest on earlier today, I believe it was Mike Roth, who I've met a couple of times, and he's got his the North American Council for Freight Efficiency's test that's going on. It's very interesting to be able to look at that and to see the comparisons between the diesel engines and the hydrogens and the electrics and stuff like that. But all of that is in turmoil right now because of that lawsuits, which could take years to play out. So that's the first factor. The second factor that's come in is that we've had the major engine manufacturer, Cummins, that just pivoted away from EV, going straight with hydrogen is what they're looking. Well, of course, with their diesel, but that's where they're making their investment. It sounds like and then doing a lot of really clean burning efficiencies on their X15s and a new 14-liter engine that they've got coming out. So those things at the top of the market and the new factor really trickle down into the used market itself, because it does impact what those trucks and values might be worth. But overall, you're right. There's so many additional factors outside of the vehicle itself that impact the overall economics of that truck. Location, and insurance is a huge one. I've worked many distressed financial situations from trucking companies where they got into they had an accident. They got named in an accident and found liable for it, and it caused them to. I've had a few that have been bankrupt because of that. I'm sure plenty of listeners that have experienced that or known about those things that are in the market itself. We're seeing a lot of that, and as well as just restructuring of their fleet because they needed to downsize, et cetera. But overall, the auction industry itself, I didn't want to leave on that note too much, but the overall industry itself for auctions for trucks, it's really a business strategy instead of an exit strategy. On a lot of it, most of the fleets will use that as a business strategy to release trucks into the secondary market, to release trucks that are been decommissioned or no longer fit their model, et cetera, et cetera. So, but the overall economics on the truck itself is probably, I would say probably about 70-30. About 30% of that impact is on the outside of the truck itself, and then about 70% of it seems to be tied up to the vehicle. So,
one of the things too, and this is totally different. I keep telling folks how much different what we're doing here in terms of live streaming is, as opposed to being on live radio. It looks the same, looks like a duck, it even quacks like a duck, but it's really not a duck. It's kind of strange. Right now we're in a very unique situation, even different than 120 years ago when we went from horse and buggy to motorized vehicle. That was a huge change. But this is a change too, because we are, okay, I use a truck, I run it, it's a little old now, I want to get a new truck, so I sell the truck, I auction it, I sell it, give it to somebody, but the next truck I'm going to get is going to be the same thing, only different. It'll be a little more modern, a little cleaner, a little more fuel efficient, but it's going to be the same thing, only different / better. Now what we're talking about is moving to something that is not the same thing at all. It looks like the same thing, but it's not under the hood. So buying decisions used to be made not on the spot. I mean, sometimes you have to do that, but buying decisions have been made pretty much in terms of months from now.
Right.
This is kind of like 2 years from now thinking in terms of, what are the results of the run-on list going to be? Is that going to make me go hydrogen, or is it going to make me go renewable diesel? Where am I going to go? How does that play into the day-to-day for you guys in terms of having this stuff kind of looming out there, or is it looming out there?
No, it certainly is looming, because what that does is it really does change. Well, it changed the buyer dynamics for us is what it does. And of course, buyers is we want to instill the highest confidence we can in anybody that goes to purplewave.com. That's why we have such thorough, what we call data collection when you're looking at that piece of equipment on the listing page itself. But the way it impacts for us is that we have our experts that are out in the field looking and reviewing these trucks every day. It changes the vocabulary, right? It changes everything about the way we advertise that truck, the way we list that truck, the way we talk about that truck, its capabilities, and all of a sudden now it's not about fuel economy miles per gallon. It's miles per kilowatt. If you're looking at it that way, it's miles per whatever on hydrogen, et cetera. So it changes the fundamentals of that, and it really puts, especially if you're an owner operator and you have these considerations about expanding your fleet or replacing a truck or stuff like that, you're having to learn a new language, and a lot of our people that are in the trucking space, especially owner operators, they've been doing this quite a while, and so they've been speaking the same language for quite a while. And so when you get into the new news, as we see coming out from a lot of the OEMs and manufacturers, they need to learn this new language about what those trucks are, what a kilowatt is, versus a mile per gallon versus all that kind of good stuff, and to understand what's going to be the best route for me. And to do that, and you're right, it's not a 3-month or 6-month decision now. It's more a little bit longer in the tooth. It's probably a 2 to 3 year decision, 2 to 3 year outlook, 2 to 3 year, I guess, educational role for the people that are in the procurement side of things to understand what these vehicles are going to look like in 2 to 3 to 4 or 5 years as they start coming down, into the secondary market, the used vehicle market. And so that in and of itself creates a lot of opportunity because there's a lot of trade that goes on from my chair, but it also creates a little bit of confusion and stagnation too, because you've got such indecision in the market right now, like we were just discussing with the cease and desist order, that's really put the pause on a lot of the new equipment that's coming out. So what I'm seeing now is we're seeing a lot more activity in the used market. You go to what you know. And so the drivers that are in the seats today, they know those trucks. They know what an X15 engine is. They know what a Detroit is. They know all these things, and they see the results on the stuff that came from Mike Roth and what he was doing, Run for Less, and you see those 8-9 mile per gallon. 8 to 9 mile per gallon marks on your conventional diesel engine, and that'll hold. Why sit there and wait to see what's going to happen at the OEM level to maybe I can purchase a vehicle that used to cost $130,000 to $135,000 new from the OEM that now costs $200,000 to a little over $200,000, and I'm not sure exactly what that vehicle is going to be. So we're seeing a lot of motion in that where they're upgrading their equipment, but they're upgrading their equipment to conventional equipment, just a little more modern. But that issue still is there, and it's coming, in the next 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, where those decisions will have to be made. Okay, do I make the switch now, or do I make a switch over to a hydrogen powered or battery electric or hybrid systems that are coming online, or just one of the newer, more clean burning diesels that are going to be coming down the line that are, already very, very good. But the improvements that we're seeing in stuff from Detroit and Cummins is pretty spectacular. So those types of issues are new to the industry. It's something that's never been. It's a good comparison that you did with the horse and buggy, because that's kind of exactly what you're right. It's the horse is changing on this, right? I mean, it's no longer the conventional diesel powered engine that we're looking at. It's no longer, your 18, 15, 13, and 9, 10 speeds. It's a lot of automated transmission. So this impacts every driver and every fleet that's out there about replacing that equipment, and then understanding what that secondary market's going to look like, because the residuals on the equipment they're putting back into the market changes based upon everything that's on the top of the market coming down from the OEMs. So
we are out of time, but as you can probably guess, as the first segment, Don, there is still plenty to talk about, and we can't thank you enough for making the time. Welcome aboard Purple Wave, and you, Don. Terrific first time out, and you sound great on that field tap.
Oh, wonderful. Thanks for that. Yeah, we appreciate that. Yeah, I'm actually here at the Government Fleet Expo in South Carolina right now, so down here in Myrtle Beach, and I was a little worried about the connection, but it seems to be working, so good deal. Good for the tech. So,
thank you so much, Don Nash, of course, and Dave Nemo. This segment, by the way, is brought to you by Purple Wave. Purple Wave Auction is the trusted, no-reserve equipment marketplace. Bi-weekly construction auctions provide countless opportunities to locate the perfect asset to make your job easier. All equipment sells to the highest bidder, regardless of price. Transparent lists allow you to bid with confidence. PurpleWave.com. They're straight, simple, sold. And nicely nice, we continue here with Nemo Nation. In just a little bit, Janet Jarvis is going to be arriving on the scene from the Oregon Trucking Association. Glad to have her back. Her waiting period continues. I mean, they are, what is it? The committee to form a committee to discuss the committee. Actually, putting together a committee is an ongoing concern over there for our friends in trucking in Oregon. And Janet will be here to talk about that. We have a few minutes to take a phone call really quickly, about 4 or 5, 615-292-6366. But I mean, you got to get over the fence and you got to make your point and get out of here. And we'll also have a little bit of time after Janet shuffles off her radio coil. Something I wanted to, you remember the old United commercial where the guy walks into his office full of people and he says, I just got off the phone with our oldest client. He fired us. Have you seen that commercial?
I have not.
It's a really old one. It's a terrific commercial. He walks in and he says, just got off the phone. It's either American or United. He says, I got off with our oldest client. He fired us. He said he didn't know us anymore. He said everything had turned, this is back in the day, and he's like, everything had turned into a fax, everything had turned into a hold please, everything had turned into a waiting game or meeting with somebody who wasn't the person they wanted to talk to. He fired us. Well, that's all going to change right now, and all these secretaries walk in and start handing out airline tickets for, the company that's being advertised. As every single one of you is getting on a plane today. And you're flying out there and you're meeting with our distributors and you're meeting with our, our clients, and you're meeting with everybody. And at the end of the commercial, this is great. He takes a couple of tickets. The secretaries give him a couple of tickets. He grabs his suitcase, he puts on his coat, and he goes, Steve, where are you going? I'm going to go meet with that old client. Great ending. And so much of what Jeff Dickinson talked about today is, once again, true as it was true 40, 50 years ago. The more technology they get, the easier it is to communicate with people, the harder it becomes to communicate with people. The easier it becomes to send a text message, to send an email, to let things kind of show up in a work order or send people to an app where they punch in a couple of keystrokes and they get what they need to get. And it goes back to what Ben Wilkins talks about too. That sort of sloppiness is opening up all kinds of doors for cybersecurity problems. The lack of the ability of people to talk to one another in the industry, to actually get to know the names of the people on the docks, the people behind the wheel, the people behind the desk, the people who do all the work, really is a growing concern. And it's not just a concern of humanity. We all should be more interconnected. What's also happening right now is we're in a very tough market. And I don't just mean the trucking industry. The whole country's in a tough market right now. And do you know who has an advantage to find those scarce jobs? The people who actually network, who actually talk to people, who have friends, the people who can pick up a phone and say, hey, man, we talk every week. I'm going through a bit of a pinch now. I need some help. It's a lot easier to make a phone call and ask for help when you talk to somebody every other day or every week. It's so much easier when you're actually staying in touch with people and not just dropping them a text occasionally, not just sending an email, to actually be able to reach out. Those soft skills that Donnie Tulk has talked about when he's come on here, that so many of our friends have talked about, those soft skills really are the foundation for how to kind of make your way through a very tough economy. And it also protects you, because one of the things we didn't get a chance to talk to Ben about, so much to talk about, you're right, they always have something new, is the reason why they're increasing their networks. You hit the nail on the head, Dave. It's the same reason that TAT's increasing their networks. They're looking for all those weak spots in the fence. Where do the traffickers get across? And they're trying to shut them all down. And Ben's doing the same thing over there with the NMFTA. He's looking for those places. Okay, so we somehow managed to secure the cab. They haven't, and that's always an ongoing struggle, but we've secured the cab. We know how to protect the cab, but we don't know how to protect it from this thing. We don't know how, think of all the entry points now into a cab, from the ELD to the GPS, to the orders on the docks, to the brokers, to the shippers, to all of it. All of those places are entry points. And even if you shut them down, the shippers have the factories, and the factories have the employees, and the employees have their emails. All of those places are a keystroke away from somebody plunderating who you are, taking your identity and your capital, and putting you back to square one. And so it's kind of felt kind of unified that way today on the show. It really is about maintaining the human connection. It's why we talk to 13 and 14 people on this show. So just wanted to kind of add that. Great first segment with our friends from Purple Wave, by the way.
Yeah, it's going to be a good series.
Yeah, and like I
Really
said,
is,
he was.
yeah.
I mean, we let him kind of go, and it's fine. He didn't go on too long. He went on as long as he had to, but it just shows you the depth of what it is he has to talk about on a regular basis.
Yeah.
Any worries we had about will this segment play? Oh, I think it'll play.
Oh, yeah. We'll get into more specifics, too, and zero in on certain aspects of not just the auction process. That's not what we're here to do. We're here to basically make it better for folks and make it easier and more comprehensive.
Well, once again, it's like the drive. By the time you get to the drive in a truck, it's over.
Mm-hmm.
It's did you do your pre-trip? Did you do your post-trip? Did you do all the things you needed to do to make sure you were ready for the drive? And the auction, by the time you walk into an auction, if you don't know what you need to know, Dave, you ain't going to get what you need to get.
Mm-hmm.
And so much of what Purple Wave is going to be talking about is making sure that you are ready and know what you're bidding on, know if you have to bid, know if you should bid, and know when the right time is. Or sometimes, as we said earlier in the show, you got to hold them. Nemo Nation will continue after this. Big shout out to our friends both at Fastport and Truck Down. Fastport's why we have a studio. Truck Down is how you get out of the ditch and back on the road. Go to truckdown.com. We'll be right back after these messages as Dave continues his adventures in trucking.
Okay, you've heard the horror stories of how folks have lost their life savings when the market tanks. Is there a way to invest and make money without risk? Believe it or not, yes. Since 1995, Americans who cannot afford to lose their investments have used fixed index annuities. You get guaranteed income and protection from market downturns. It's a win-win for you and your future. To learn more, dial pound 250. Use the keyword Truckers Wealth to get in touch with them today.
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering, remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the chicken parm stack, the big country combo, or the ultimate smash melt. The ultimate smash melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers. Buckle up, because we're merging back into traffic on Radio Nemo's Nemo Nation.
Oh, we are merging back into what is Fastport Studios with Jimmy Mack and Dave Nemo.
What is Fastport Studios is the answer to the Jeopardy question. Where does the Nemo Nation actually emanate from, originate from, stir from? Actually not too far from the birthplace of trucking radio at the old WWL 870 AM studios in the city of, as some people here would say, New Orleans. Welcome back to the city of New Orleans. Dave Nemo, Jimmy Mack here. You know, when we originally set this up, Dave, a while back, we thought we'd have a ton of stuff to talk about, but our good friend Janet Jarvis has been subjected to the waiting game.
I know, right? Yeah, Janet Jarvis, of course, she heads up the Oregon Trucking Association, was on with us a couple of weeks ago, going into the legislative session that was going to answer all of our questions. And
coming out of it.
Yeah, and well, the House did their job, and now the Senate asked for a 2-week delay because one of the guys got sick, so I guess that's all right. Anyway, Jana, good to talk to you. Good morning again.
Well, good morning, Dave. Yes, you're ahead of me. I wasn't sure if you knew that was all happening here in Oregon, but it's been a comedy of errors, I'm sorry to say.
That's truck driving.
Yeah, I mean, it's so funny. We'll get a chance to kind of recap where we were last time, John. The funniest thing was Dave looks at me and he said, he said, we're in stasis. What are we going to talk about? There's still plenty to talk about. But for those people, like I said, a regular radio listener is not somebody who listens every day for 4 hours. Those maniacs are on YouTube and we love them. But for those people who are just kind of catching up to speed, can you take us back to the last time we talked, what you were going into, what you thought you would be coming out of? Can you unpack that for us, Jana? And welcome back.
Absolutely. Yes. No, I'm happy to. Well, this year was supposed to have been the year of a big transportation package in Oregon. And we spent the entire session from January to the end of June working on it. The bill didn't get introduced till the last 3 weeks of the session. It was a disaster. It blew up on the last day of the session, and we sine-died without any kind of transportation package. So a couple of weeks later, the governor called the legislature back into a special session. It was supposed to start on August 29th, and the goal was to pass a minimal transportation package to keep our Department of Transportation afloat and to help our local governments, because every dollar is shared with a city and a county as well, to keep them afloat. And we had some language in the bill that we were very excited about, so we've been working very hard on this all summer long. And so August 29th, we went into the building expecting something to happen, and it started off slowly. The Republicans had a lot of strategies to try to delay the vote. They did not want to support this package. They are very determined to talk about how Oregonians can't afford it. And so they worked very hard to be essentially to obstruct this package moving forward. And the reason that Oregon Trucking Association wanted the bill was because we have been trying to modernize the way we're taxed for about 30 years. We still are the only state left that has this old antiquated weight mile tax system. Mm-hmm. And this bill would have allowed us to streamline that and to introduce a diesel tax. And we were very excited about that. And not only that, we have a constitutional amendment that requires cars and trucks to each pay their fair share. But trucking is overpaying right now about $92 million a year, and cars are underpaying by $92 million. So there's a $184 million delta there that needed to be corrected in this package. So we had a lot of things on the table, and we worked very hard to try to move it forward. And we were able eventually on last Monday be able to move it out of the House. And then it was going to move over to the Senate. And unfortunately, it requires a 3/5 votes. And there are 18 Democrats in the Senate, but one of them is seriously ill. And so it's just been put on hold now, hoping that he will recover enough to come back on the 17th of September for a final vote.
And with all due respect and deference to the senator who got sick, you couldn't make this up, could you?
You can't.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
You just can't. It could not have been. It could not have been planned in a worse way. There was a lot of talk about why is the governor calling us in over the Labor Day holiday. So there was a lot of dissension over that from both Republicans and Democrats. But I think her objective was to get people in and move it quickly because they wouldn't want to have to hang around all weekend. And unfortunately, that's exactly what we did. We hung around all Labor Day weekend. So.
Yeah. And you were hanging around, and you're not even in the Senate.
No, but I'm there every day. They're meeting.
I know you were there. Okay, so Chris Gorsuch of Gresham is the person who had a medical procedure last month. He's recovering. So he's not really sick. I don't want to give people the wrong impression there. He had a planned medical procedure, had an operation, and he's recovering. So that's okay. He's fine in that regard. What about the bills themselves or the bill itself? September 17th. Can it be fooled with still? Can it be modified still? I mean, is it still in play right now, or is it just sitting there waiting for the vote, untouchable?
Well, the House has already sine-died,
Right.
which means they have finished their work. And if the Senate changes that bill, it has to go back to the House for concurrence.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm sure it's possible, but I'm not quite sure how that would work. I don't anticipate there being any changes in what we have before us.
Yes, say no more. Yeah.
I don't want to talk about changes. Dave.
Yes.
We've had enough trouble.
Expect the unexpected. You'll never be disappointed. So, okay. So, bottom line, and of course, this is the second to the bottom line. This is over a $4 billion package, so it's huge, and we've talked through the numbers the last time you were on. But as it stands right now, with the way the House passed it, if the Senate just rubber stamps that, as I guess folks were expecting, is that what folks were expecting?
Yes, I believe that is what everyone's expecting, yes.
And that's usually the way it works out, by and large. Okay, if that happens, what about the association itself? How, it's not 100% win, there's no such thing. What are you looking at? 60% win?
Well, I think there's a couple of key points in this bill that people are misunderstanding. And the first one is...
Jim's laughing at me over here with that question. 60% win.
Well, it was the tone of the 40. It was 40. Give me something.
Well, there's never 100%, Dave. There's never 100%.
Exactly.
That's what negotiations are all about. But there are a couple of key points in this bill. And the first is that I mentioned earlier that we have this constitutional amendment that requires cars and trucks to each pay their fair share. And I believe we're the only state in the nation that has that. So we do this big study every 2 years. We spend $250,000 on this study, and we decide whether or not cars and trucks are each paying their fair share. And trucks have been overpaying for the last 6 years.
Mm-hmm.
The legislature...
I'm shocked. I'm shocked, Jana. I can't believe that they're making trucks pay for the majority of things that everybody else enjoys. You're going to tell me there are animals in the zoo next. I'm stunned. Go on.
To the tune of over $600 million in the last 6 years. It's substantial.
That's $1 million.
So we have been trying to get that fixed.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, it is. It is. And the issue is you either raise the taxes for cars, or you lower the taxes for trucks, or you raise the cars and lower the trucks, which would have been a revenue neutral. And since they were looking to raise revenue, the only option was to raise taxes on cars. So it holds our fees constant for about the next 4 years, while some of these other taxes are introduced. They're going to bring in the road user charge for electric vehicles. They're going to increase the registration and title fees for cars. The gas tax would go up 6 cents. They're introducing a 0.1% additional cost to the payroll tax to support transit. So there are a number of things in there. There's something in there for everybody to hate a little bit. And I think that's kind of what has guided the conversation around this. But it's a very good bill for trucking. And really, we want to modernize our tax system, the way we pay our taxes, but we also want to create equity and fairness in the system, and this is about the only way that could happen.
So I have some numbers in front of me here, Jana, but correct me if I have something that's outdated. But at this point, the gasoline / diesel tax at the pump would go from 40 cents to 46 cents. There's your 6 cents. Registration fee would go up another $42. Titling would go up another $139. The killer, though, and I can't believe people put up with this, the killer is that electric vehicle owners would be required to pay a $30 fee. That's going to break those people.
Isn't that shocking? Yeah.
Unbelievable. Yes. Yeah.
Trying to bring it. You should listen to the environmentalists talk about how this is so unfair because they're doing God's work by getting people to buy electric cars. But what they don't recognize is that those electric cars are heavier, they do more damage to the roads, and they don't contribute anything to help upkeep the roads. So introducing the road user charge and introducing some costs for electric vehicles is key if we're going to continue to move forward with new technology in our state.
If there's one thing, I said, is this bill still in play, or can somebody fool with it since the House has passed it? There was a lot of pushback, not so much on the transportation end of this as you might have thought, but because of the payroll tax going from 0.1 to 0.2%. Is that a possibility for a little bit of problem when the Senate does come back?
I don't know. I really don't know. I do know that it's been very controversial. If you look at transit ridership, it has been declining. It peaked in our state in 2012, and it's been declining ever since. And so you can listen to the dialogue that says, ridership is declining. Why are we putting more money into transit? And yet you can turn around in a lot of the communities around the state, not necessarily downtown Portland, but many of the smaller communities around the state, there really are no transit options. So if you're elderly or disabled, there are issues with you being able to get to your doctor and handle the kinds of needs that you would have. And so there's been a real interest in our state in being able to provide more transit in smaller communities across the state as well. And all of that takes more money. So, what a 0.1% is, you'd have to do the math because I haven't done it yet. But if you make $60,000 or $70,000 a year, how much is that? So at the end of the day, there's so many communities where there is no transit, and I think those are the ones that are pushing back, saying, why do we have to pay for something in someone else's community? And I think that the payroll tax for transit is one of those issues that's going to be ongoing. There's going to be ongoing dialogue in the legislative sessions in the future, because I think that's the key point. Why should everybody have to pay for something that only a few people use? But that issue is going to continue to grow here in a state like ours, which is always trying to move people out of their cars and onto transit. So what nobody ever
irony plays its hand.
Yeah, what nobody stops to think about is if you get out of your car and you take transit doesn't pay for the roads. They don't pay any road use taxes. So if we moved everybody out of their cars, all of a sudden we don't have anyone to pay for the roads. So it's an interesting dilemma that we've presented to ourselves here. But I think that transit tax is going to be an ongoing dialogue, and one of the compromises that came about in the House was they were going to sunset it after 2027. And so there'll be a conversation in the 2027 legislative session in what is the best way to pay for transit. And so I think that will be an ongoing issue, which I will hopefully not have to participate
in. To close out here, and we will have you come back if it's just to say,
if we ever do anything.
They pass. Yeah, exactly. You could say one word. Did they do a good job? Yes or no? Thank you, Janet. That'll be fine. But let me ask you this. They were throwing around a number of laying off about 500 or so people from the Department of Transportation. Was that really real? I mean, I don't get that question wrong, but you know what I'm saying. People throw numbers all over the place.
Oh, I know. And originally they were talking about laying off 1,000, but then we discovered that 500 of those positions were vacant, so they really weren't going to lay off 500.
Gotta love it.
So I think that the layoffs around 450 to 500 employees was about correct. And I will tell you that those employees received their notices in July when we didn't pass a transportation package. So there's a number of employees at ODOT that are sitting there wondering if we're going to get this put together, or if they're going to be losing their job. Yeah, it's very real for them. And they came and testified. Believe me, they showed up en masse when we had the hearing.
Mm-hmm. So basically, go ahead, Jenna.
I was going to say, it's frontline workers primarily, too. And I think that's the other point that's difficult to take, is that how come if you're struggling as an agency that you lay off the guy that's going to plow the roads when it snows? Why don't you lay off some of your management.
The
and
same
things
guy
like
that closed all the rest areas when COVID hit.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. Just want to make sure we're all clear on that. By the way, when they said nobody was getting laid off, they meant it. They really meant it. 500 nobodies, 500 people not actually there. Jana is very much here. Jana Jarvis joins us again. It was really great to have you back. I'm sorry that, it's one of those cases where no news isn't good news. Hopefully, as Dave said, we'll be able to get you back. In the meantime, guys, go to otrucking.org. Jana, thank you so much, by the way, for making time.
OR Trucking. OR Trucking.
What did I say? Did I say O Trucking?
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
OR
well,
Trucking.
oh my, that's wrong. ortrucking.org. Thank you, Jana. Talk to you soon.
Thank you.
All right.
Bye-bye.
I thought also, by the way, and a lot of stuff to kind of unpack here. I mean, whether it was Renee in studio, Mike from NACFE, Eugene Malero giving us the information on what's going on in Capitol Hill, Matt Beach actually talking about the need to actually, recruiters taking a stand and recruiting people who actually are certified, genuinely certified, when they're putting people behind the wheel. Chuck Snow's insights, Ben Wilkins, Jamie Jones, Ike Stevens, Jeff Dickinson. It was a full lineup today and a lot of really interesting stuff that connected together.
I was watching an old movie. It was made in 1930, and there were a couple of girls there in the movie, and one of them got accepted to college. Was going to high school. They were graduating from 8th grade. And they were there, and they were talking after the graduation ceremony. And are you going to go to high school? No. This is 8th grader now. No, I'm going to go to business school and learn how to become a secretary. So instead of going to high school, she went to business school and learned a trade and some other stuff. I'm sure there was reading, writing, and arithmetic. And what I'm getting at is that.
Okay, go ahead, because I guess really it's going to blow your mind about what an 8th grade education actually means back then. But go ahead.
Yeah, okay, I hear that. So what I'm getting at is that back in the day, whenever the day was, we had a different approach towards education. Our education was designed to make it possible for us to make a living and support ourselves, and then have a family that we will support. Somehow or another, that purpose got diluted or misdirected so that everybody had to have a college degree, and they were taking jobs that they wouldn't normally take because they couldn't get a job in the profession they wanted because it was overcrowded, for one thing, or that profession pretty much disappeared, because that sort of thing happens a lot. The higher up you go, the faster those jobs change and or disappear. I sense now, maybe it's a hope, maybe it's not a sense, maybe I'm hoping that we will come back to our senses about education and what the goal of education and what the outcome should be for the individual as well as for society.
It's interesting. The average U.S. adult reading level is someplace between the 7th and the 8th grade.
Mm-hmm.
This is where it gets really scary. A significant portion of the population reads below this level, with over half adults, 54%, reading below a 6th grade level. These statistics come from National Literacy Surveys, the program for the International Assessment of Adult Competencies. Matter of fact, I would recommend to everybody that I know, even if you think you're blowing jazz, even if you are a capable reader and a capable writer, there's a lot of free assessments online, really good ones too, to sit down and do it, and to kind of figure out where you are at a reading level. Because if you don't know where you fit in the economy. You don't know what your reality is in regards to where you fit in, because then you can make a choice. You can say, oh, I'm not reading the level I want to read at. I want to go places. I want to do things. I want to be somebody, and make those choices. The 8th grade reading level, by the way, is the gold standard. If you can read at an 8th grade level, you can read almost anything. Because everything, if you remember, by the way, they stopped teaching you English after 8th grade. Remember? When I say English, I mean grammar.
Yeah.
You stop learning grammar. At that point, you're blowing jazz. Because the gold standard, if you remember, in 8th grade was Edgar Allan Poe. If you can read Poe, you can read complex sentences with rich vocabulary. Full stop. I would tell everybody, simply take out your Edgar Allan Poe, read the first paragraph of The Telltale Heart. If you can read it coherently and it all makes perfect sense, you're good to go. It's that simple. And there are dozens of books that actually fit into that concept. Orson Welles wrote a book when he was just out of high school, and it was called Everybody's Shakespeare, which is where he was suggesting that Shakespeare can be enjoyed by everybody. It's a high school book. You follow me?
Mm-hmm.
The idea that if you had a high school diploma, that was the coin of the realm. The high school diploma was the equivalent of the college diploma.
Mm-hmm.
And it's an easy guess. What changes everything? What changes to everybody to go to college? What makes that happen?
Affluency?
World War II.
Oh,
the GI Bill.
Oh, okay, yeah.
The GI Bill is what changes the game entirely, because suddenly all these men who never would have gone to college are told, hey, we'll pay for a down payment on a house and we'll send you to college.
Mm-hmm.
It changes everything. So all these guys go back to college. It meant the world to them. It was an opportunity. It is one of the greatest things this country has ever done. And it solves a problem that had happened after every war. It actually cut down on homelessness and despair among the veteran class in a way that people can't conceive of. So all these men go to college, and all these women go to college on the GI Bill. Well, what do they want for their kids? The same thing.
Yeah.
Go to college. And
kids have to do better than the parents.
The kid has to do better than the parent. If the parent went to college, you got to get your butt to college.
Mm-hmm.
But what nobody realizes is exactly what you said. That it's okay if you decide that, I just want to work really hard and get a really great skill and learn a really great trade, and then make decisions based on that. And so what they're trying to figure out right now, your hope, and I think it really is a hope based in reality, is that people, because these jobs are no longer blue collar and white collar, they're light blue collar, where you got to have both sets of skills. And so I think that the movement towards the trade and the skill set is actually increasing, because we do want to create an economy where we have people who have an associate's degree and can repair an HVAC and can speak 2 languages.
Mm-hmm.
That sets you up really nicely for what's coming. It really does. I mean, imagine a truck driver who actually understands how to fix a diesel engine, can speak 2 languages, and actually can read. And by read, I don't mean, of course, they all can read, but you know what I'm saying?
No, I
can write a
understand
work order, can write a
exactly
really
what
clear
you're
work
talking
order.
about.
That's an amazing person set up for complete success in the global economy and in the modern economy.
And there seemed to be, when I was a kid, there seemed to be guys like that.
Mm-hmm. We've lost that.
Yeah.
I mean, matter of fact, The Razor's Edge, the novel, the famous novel, there's a guy he meets in the coal mines who's like, what philosophy books you reading? And he gives him these kind of highfalutin ones. He goes, no, you should read these. And he gives him like Seneca and all these really deep thinkers. I mean, that is not an uncommon thing. There were people who, worked hard all day long in the fields, in the coal mines, in the factory, who would go home and just pour through books. The British one time in the 1880s, the ambassador from England said that we ought to be ashamed of ourselves in England. The Americans are more erudite in Shakespeare than we are, because on every nightstand was a copy of the Bible and Shakespeare. And do you know why so many Americans could read Shakespeare so well? Because they were reading the King James Bible, which was written in iambic pentameter, and one of the authors of the King James Bible is William Shakespeare. So we knew it, man.
Mm-hmm.
Learn it. Reading that people who will tell you they think the collapse of the English language comes in the New American Bible.
That's interesting.
Just an interesting kind of conversation to have. Dave, we, by the way, have another show on this platform that plays in the same time slot, Tuesday through Friday. And do you have a moment for me to tell you about it?
I have more than a moment.
Our good friend Kevin Lindsay is joining us on Nemo on Road Gang Radio tomorrow.
I enjoy listening to you guys.
Kevin Lindsay and I will be kind of shooting the breeze. And then, of course, our friends from Rees Across America will be arriving for Trucking Tributes. We're going to have a great conversation on Highway to Health about cholesterol. Dr. Don Lloyd Jones will be joining us to talk about, checking that cholesterol level. It isn't as important as it used to be, but because it isn't, it's getting more important again. Do you follow me? Am I making sense?
No.
People don't think about it as much anymore, about cholesterol levels as much anymore until they get older. It seems to be flying beneath the radar.
We've got some really good medications now that there's a real uptick. There's a new injectable cholesterol medication now.
There's some really great stuff. But the thing is, though, you want to get to the point where you don't have to have that medication. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
While that medication is miraculous, you know what I'm saying? Don't be waiting for Big Pharma to come save your life. Country and Western music is how we will start our segment when Lindsay Lawler joins us to co-host Road Gang Radio, because we have a full rack, pack, and stack situation. A gentleman from the film industry, Mr. Patrick Mulhern, is going to be joining us. He's going to be talking about how Louisiana is a great place to shoot a movie. He might know one or two people that work over here as well. We'll be digging in with him and see where the world takes us. Gerda Keller is going to be here explaining the real reasons that the dinosaurs went extinct. If you want to find out, you got to turn into Road Gang Radio.
I've always wondered.
Yeah, I know. And then finally, Stacy Huckabee, who we were supposed to talk to last week when the phone lines just went kaput, is going to be joining us to kind of make up some time. She's an internationally recognized photographer, writer, speaker, and filmmaker, and we can't wait for her to be on the scene here. She's Dolly Parton's photographer, straight up.
Mm-hmm.
I don't mean like she's photographed Dolly. She's Dolly Parton's photographer, along with doing a lot of other great musical acts. She is at our image of Dolly in the last decade or so comes straight from her lens. She's an incredibly gifted photographer, an incredibly gifted writer, speaker, filmmaker, and we are so thrilled that she made time to come back and join us on Road Gang Radio, which, of course, is 7 to 11 in the center here on RadioNemo.com. Phone Master Dre, good work today. Madison with a T, thanks for sitting in from time to time and doing all the work on the sidelines. And, of course, at the center of it all is your MC, your master of ceremonies, Mr. Dave Nemo. Thank you, sir.
Well, thank you very much. I really had a blast here this morning. Learned a lot.
Yeah, I did too. And speaking of learning a lot, you're going to learn a lot tomorrow for a new episode of Night Beat. We'll do a replay tonight, and then tomorrow on Rees Across America Radio. Rees Radio will be a new edition of Nemo's Night Beat. Thank you all, by the way, guys. Lots of people listened today. A lot of comments in the chat. I'll be kind of talking about some of them. Beach Bum says, great show, as always. Everybody have a safe rest of your day. Thank you, Beach Bum. Thank you, Marshall. Thank you, Trucker Bosun. Thank you, Trucker Voices.
What he said.
Thank you, Bruce Allman.